Good morning and welcome panel members, staff, and members of the public. It's November, it's season of appreciation, and I really want to thank panel members and members of the public for joining us in this important work today. Seeing that panel members are now present, I hereby call the November 18th, 2024 meeting of the Reading Difficulties Risk Screener Selection Panel to order at 9:02 a.m. I would like to invite Member Neeson to lead us in the salute to the flag. Thank you, Member Neeson. Public comment on today's meeting agenda items may be provided during the meeting either in person by signing up on the sheet located in the back table or by dialing 667-770-1523, then following a prompt to provide a participant access code. Callers then will be added to a queue. The operator will notify the callers when it's their turn to provide public comment. Members of the public wishing to call in for public comment should view the live stream of the meeting to know at what time public comment will occur. When it's your turn, please mute the live cast audio. When giving public comment, please state the following: commenter's first and last name, organization affiliation, if any, public comment. Again, the phone number is 667-770-1523. The access code is 651905#. The phone number and access code will be posted at the start of public comment for each item. Public comment will be limited to 1 minute for each speaker. Item 5 is a general public comment item during which members of the public may provide comment on matters that are not specifically listed on the panel's agenda. All right, item 1 is opening remarks of the chair and vice chair. In recognition of the work we have before us today, we'll be moving quickly through item 1. As a reminder, the panel will not be taking action today outside of the minutes from the October meeting, but we'll be using our time to engage deeply with the applications that we received. Again, no final decisions will be made by the panel today, although the conversations that we have today will likely inform the votes that we plan to take in December. Now, that'll take us to item 2, which is the approval of the draft October 2024 meeting minutes. The draft minutes are the attachment for item 2. We'll now open the phone line for public comment. Members of the public wishing to provide comment on this item may do so by calling the telephone number and using the access code provided on the slide that's shown now. While we are waiting for any members of the public to call in, do any panel members have concerns or questions related to draft minutes? Are there any public comments?
There are none.
Thank you. Any comments from the panel members, just to check? Nope. Do I have a motion from a panel member to approve the October 2024 RDRSSP draft meeting minutes?
I so move.
Thank you. I have a motion by Member Martinez. Do I have a second? Thank you. The motion is seconded by Member Grablin. Now, show of hands for those in favor. Please keep your...
Chair Kim, I'm so sorry to interrupt. Because we have one member not present, I think I do need to call the roll. So if you could
Sure. Yeah, let's call the roll. Go ahead.
Apologies. Member Neeson? Member Odegaard?
Yes.
Member Martinez?
Yes.
Chair Kim?
Yes.
Vice Chair Guerrero? Not here. Member Gravelin?
Yes.
Member Wilson?
Yes.
Member O'Brien?
Yes.
Member Grasso?
Yes.
Passes 8-0 with one not present.
Thank you. Motion carries. Item 3 is application evaluation, advanced requirements, and holistic review. For item 3, we will engage in small group and full panel facilitated discussions of how the applications that we have received meet the requirements of the State Board of Education adopted rubric. Pursuant to the panel adopted review process, which can be found as an addendum to this item in the agenda, we'll be determining whether or not applications meet the advanced requirements adopted by the panel at its August meeting. These requirements are also an addendum to this item and can be found linked in the agenda. Panel members will also be evaluating applications holistically. As part of the advanced and holistic reviews, item 3 will include a bare minimum standards review of an application that the panel has not yet evaluated. After the agenda for today's meeting posted on November 8, 2024, staff to the panel were contacted by an applicant who, based on the agenda posted for today's meeting on November 8, 2024, informed staff that their application appeared to have been omitted from the agenda. Because staff did not have a record of receiving any application from this applicant in accordance with the requirements of the invitation to submit, staff requested that the applicant provide evidence indicating that the application was submitted in accordance with those requirements, and in response to which the applicant provided documentation of submission. Following staff's review of that documentation, the panel will review this additional application using the same protocol, criteria, and rubric as all other applications as part of item 3 today for the bare minimum standards review. And in our next meeting, the panel will evaluate this application against the advanced requirements and do holistic reviews in December. We anticipate that item 3 will be rather lengthy. As a result, we'll take multiple breaks and lunch during this item. As a reminder, this is an information-only item. We will not be voting during this item. Prior to turning things over to our WestEd colleagues, I would like to take a moment to reflect on some discussions that happened during our meeting in October and its implications for our discussion today. One key point when considering reliability and validity evidence is the information provided for various subgroups. Ideally, reliability and validity data would be reported for each subgroup within every grade level and within each task. Right? However, and each subgroup will have a sufficiently large sample size. However, in reality, as you saw in applications, there is a considerable variation in how subgroup information is presented across applications. So for instance, some applications provide detailed information across multiple subgroups, such as gender, race, ethnicity, English learner status, socioeconomic status, disability status, within each grade level and within a task. However, when dividing the sample into numerous subgroups, sample size for each category can sometimes be small. In other applications, subgroup information is presented less comprehensively, perhaps only by grade level, resulting in larger overall sample size. In such cases, when the sample size may be larger, it's important to consider in the context of subgroup reporting. So, and additionally, as you saw in some applications, detailed information is provided for certain tasks and for certain grade levels, whereas in other tasks, there's very minimal reporting of subgroup information. So I highlight this huge variation across applications to emphasize that when we evaluate them, especially holistically, we should consider these different nuances. Just wanted to kind of keep that in mind. All right, so with that, I will turn things over to Jennifer Zoppel, Victor Diaz, and Matt Brunetti from WestEd, who will be presenting and facilitating this item. You may begin.
How about that? Good morning, everyone. Jennifer Zoffel from WestEd. Good to see you all. It's nice to be back together. Wanted to start with just orienting you all to today's work before we get into the details of the applications. We will be having subgroup study sessions, discussions, but want to make it clear that every panelist will be reviewing every application today. So we are going to be covering a lot of territory. We will focus on the advanced requirements and holistic review for the vast majority of the applications that we are looking at. As Chair Kim just mentioned, for the new application, we will do just the bare minimum requirements for that. And we're also bringing back some of the applications that we discussed during the calibration. So we already have a lot of input from the panel on that, but want to make sure that we take it through the full process. So 4 of them, we will have an opportunity to talk about the bare minimum requirements. We will also have a whole group share out of insights about each application that come from the subgroups. We really want to emphasize that we're not trying to build consensus here. You all are each here as experts, and so we really want to hear from your perspective based on your areas of expertise, and really just wanting to hear sort of that clarity of perspective. We anticipate and we encourage that means we'll have some constructive conversations about any disagreements based on panelists' individual areas of expertise. So just want to highlight that consensus is not necessarily the goal here. So let me walk you through today's process. These are projected times, what we're hoping for. We are going to batch the applications into 2 study sessions, 2 small groups. The first one we hope to cover 6 applications. And again, both subgroups will be just looking at the same applications at the same time. We anticipate about 70 minutes. And then we'll come back together for a whole group conversation. We will take a little break, let your brains rest a little bit, and then we will go back for the remaining 5 in small group. If the timing works out, we'll be ready for lunch at that point, and so we'll come back after lunch for the whole group panel deliberations and public comment. So that is the hope, but as you can see, we have to move fairly swiftly through those conversations. So let's talk about the process when we're in our study sessions. So the goal here is really around identifying common concerns across the advanced requirements and holistic review that folks want to share back to the whole group. In terms of timing, we're going to have no more than 13 minutes per application. And Vic and I, as facilitators of the small groups, will use the timers. If we find that there is higher agreement within the group, we'll aim for less time. We'll put less time on the clock so that we can move quicker through. We do want to suggest that we use an additive comments only approach. And so for those who aren't as familiar with that, the idea is to simply, if you agree with what has been said, a +1, a thumbs up, yes, I agree, but not necessarily taking the time to add on why you agree unless it's something different. So we're going to be rotating in the groups who is reporting. We're also going to have everyone have an opportunity to give their holistic view of it, but just want to make sure that when we get into the conversations, Especially going to be important for the whole group, but we'll practice it in the subgroup of doing additive comments only so we can kind of get into that pattern. As I mentioned, one reporter per subgroup per application, and Chair Kim will be embedded in one of the subgroups for each of the 2 rounds. These roles are probably familiar. We've used them over the past few meetings. So all of you are there as the content experts. For subgroup facilitation and timekeeping, my colleague Victor Diaz and I will be helping to orient panelists across the process. Matt Brunetti will be here to help be overall process facilitator and answer any questions and help keep tabs across the groups. We have assigned out the reporters so that we have 1 panelist per subgroup per application, and your facilitator will fill you in on those details so you don't have to worry about that. And then when we come back to the whole group, Vic and I will be kind of co-listening and co-facilitating as the reporters share out. Any questions so far on what I've covered for process that anyone wants to clarify? So, as always, we want to maximize transparency for the public. So for these study sessions, all conversations are open to the public. The meeting room will continue to be live streamed. Each group will have a reporter who's responsible for sharing aloud the whole group any key points of the study session. Any written notes are for personal use of the reporter and will not be collected by staff. And all feedback related to the agenda item and responses to the discussion's questions must be shared via oral report. Member Odegaard?
Procedurally, we had one rejection from ours that came from not meeting bare minimum that the other group was not able to have sufficient time. So we're kind of not following process if we allow it to go to holistic review without them addressing bare minimum status. Was that considered amongst your team?
Yes. So that's one of the ones that's up for of the 4 that is sort of the bare minimum review. And so your side will have said, yep, we've done it. And our side will have the opportunity to make their decision within that small group. Thank you. Reminders. So I think these are some of these you've heard before. Applications should only be discussed during their allotted time. Multiple applications should not be discussed at the same time. We want to remind folks to use application numbers when discussing the applications, avoiding any identifiable information, including the names of the instruments and the applicants during these discussions. And the new one is using the additive comments in order to protect the time for all applications. So our study sessions remain the same in terms of the groups we've been in. And Chair Kim will be joining Group B for the first session and Group A for the second session. This gives us a breakdown of our overall time. And again, this is for the majority of the applications, right? We have some that are a little bit different. But for the majority, we anticipate doing opening remarks from all subgroup members. We want to keep that to 2 minutes. Then, depending what we as facilitators hear in terms of level of agreement, we will decide whether we set 4 minutes or 8 minutes on the timer to discuss concerns across the advanced requirements and holistic review, again with additive comments only. And the little asterisk there is that for those applications that also require bare minimum review, the facilitators are going to adjust the time as needed. Lastly, it was really valuable the last couple times when we had gave the reporter an opportunity to kind of cross-check with the group and fill out their notes. So we've set aside 3 minutes for that. So this is our goal for each of the applications. For the first round, study session number 1, these are the applications we will be looking at and the order we will be going through the applications, as well as the reporters for each. You'll see that some people are duplicated, while others may not appear on here at all. Don't worry, you'll get to have your reporting opportunity in the second session if you are missing your name for some reason. Again, we allocated these mostly as best as we could with ones you had reported on before, but also keeping in mind recusals and things along those lines. We distributed it. So I think this is my last one. Yeah. So I'll go ahead and leave this one up. And are there any questions or things I can clarify before we move into our subgroups? Yes, Member O'Brien.
For the applications where we have to recuse ourselves, will that also take place when we do the subgroups?
So when you're in your subgroup, yes. So we tried to put them towards a break point. And I think for this first session, you may be the only one who's impacted by it. In the second session, it's others. So they're close to the opening and the closing so that you don't have to hop in and out. Thank you. Okay, with the chair's permission.
All right, so I have a couple of quick reminders before we begin. One is, as Ms. Stoffel said, members of the small group are only to participate in discussing those applications for which they're assigned, and only within the group they have been assigned. Panel members may not communicate with members of another group during small group discussion. As the chair, I'll participate in both small groups, but will not participate in small group discussions for any application for which I recuse myself. So I understand panel member O'Brien will be recusing from participation in application number 8. Panel members of Odegaard and Gravelin will be recusing themselves from application number 10. Panel member Wilson and myself will be recusing from applications 3 and 10. The recusing members will not communicate with members of other groups to ensure that they do not participate in those applications. I will not communicate with members of the group reviewing the applications number 3 and number 10 while they are discussing those applications. And we may begin the facilitation, the small group work.
So many glasses.
I know, right?
They had choice not to report delayed. I think that reporting delayed is actually being rigorous because there are more times than right. So you might test you today, the same day, the performance will be very similar. Right. Whereas if I test you a week later, there will be more differences, right? So they reported both, right? And then at the end of the day, it's actually a little bit of a test of no. So that's I think right because so I feel that they actually did a strong job in working it out and actually looking at the level of the yes. Oh, so no, they did actually both, right? I didn't come up with How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
Good, good. How was the conference?
So good. It was really, really hard to Friday to be in my hotel room all day like that. So, and I had been dreading it, just dreading it. It worked better than I thought it would, but it was worth it. The conference was really good. You know, you're doing PD all the time, and you're just giving out. It's like I just need to go and fill up.
Yeah.
Charge my own battery.
Yeah.
So it was great.
Good.
I had to lower this chair so low so my feet would touch the ground, and then I can't see over the. That is just not working. Like orphanage. That big toe. I'm so excited that you're going to job with Amy. Thanks. I am too. And they are just such a great people.
Yeah.
Who are you working with?
With Nicole Odegaard. Or not Odegaard, just. Ormandy. There we go.
My notes on these just in case.
Well, back in the day, it wasn't too bad.
Yeah, like every now and then I'll go like facilitate to do some in-person stuff and go to conferences, but by and large.
Oh, it was June when I mostly went to the June fair, which is very nice.
What's her role?
Senior literacy engagement specialist. Just, I did like the commerce one. Just bigness on it.
Yeah. I find it interesting that with all of that content, it's just those little 1 hour sessions for the.
So, yeah, so like I said, I've been having, I've been trying to get a two-year
Right.
and sometimes, yeah, and I've been trying to find some other options. And,
Well, I'm assuming
Yeah.
they just don't have enough content.
lots are going well.
It's just not the
Yeah, that was my big surprise with me. That I mean, online content it's great, but that just has so much of a burden for teachers with okay, you got to read this, you really have to read it, and then just without that, without the cost.
I think that's the other piece, is like, to be able to.
Is it me or the air conditioning is on? All of a sudden, they turn on the air.
Right.
Did the stain come out? No. Tim, did the stem come out?
Right.
The stain?
Right.
Good.
Right. Exactly. How do we beef it up? Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you're supposed to, if you leave
Well, like core doesn't make
liquid there, it will stain.
that, or at least has the potential
Yellow.
to, like Ola, not necessarily, but
Well, it's supposed to
I mean,
come out.
some things that I did for core were, okay, this, this school district is
It's a nice one.
benchmark, yeah, the live stuff, and then, they created a whole, session on, okay, how do we enhance benchmark these, which is insane.
Yeah, that's
Right, what you are, yes. Yeah.
I think there will be another liquid, I guess, in December, because you have to have consensus.
I had curiosities.
Yes. Well, no. No, you don't have to argue. Yeah, they are, because that's what I have to do, because you don't have enough people. Change of glasses.
Yeah, I definitely have got notes from way back.
For once, instead of this morning, and I would have called you.
Welcome back, everyone, to the dais.
All right, welcome back. Okay.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Welcome back from small group discussion. Before we engage in the whole group conversation, Vice Chair Guerrero would like to share a quick comment, and let's proceed.
Good morning, everybody. Good to see you all. I didn't get a chance to do my opening remark earlier on, but I did have one. I do have one. And I just want to kind of, as we sit here evaluating all these applications and we think about what's best for the entire state of California, which one's going to work, which ones will not, I just kind of want to remind everybody in this panel and the County Department of Ed, State Board of Education, that that we need to also reflect and think of the members, of the people who are going to be responsible for actually applying and giving these screeners at the local level, at the local education agency. And think about how these screeners are going to fit into the workload and the existing responsibilities of the staff who's going to administer these tests. Many of whom will most likely be teachers, as myself, in all categories and all districts. I mean, I know it's only K2, but just think about them. And also, we all, as teachers who are on the field, we already have a million things to do. And I'm not saying we're not going to do this assessment. We are, because that's who we are. We push through and we do these assessments. But just think about this is now on top of what we already do in the classroom and at the school sites and at the district level. And, for example, this school year, one of the things that was implemented for this school year that came through is that that special education teachers, learned that they now have to implement an assessment called the DRDP, which stands for Desired Results Developmental Profile. It was something that it was mostly limited to the preschool teachers, but now TK and kinder students who have IEPs are now have to be given this assessment. So that means training for the TK and K teachers in the special ed department. So they now have a new assessment to train on. Plus, now we're going to be layering another assessment on top of that. So I just want us to make sure that we remember as we talk about the screeners, talk about implementation and further. I know we're limited to what we can do, but just keep in mind that this goes beyond what we decide here in this panel, and it goes beyond what the State Board of Education also comes to conclusion of, but I just want to make sure that we don't forget the educators in the field who will be implementing this screener. So that's kind of what I want to start the morning with. So thank you.
Thank you. So panel members, for full group discussions, we will take one application at a time. It is important that when we discuss each application, we only discuss that application and others. Panel members must have the opportunity to recuse themselves as necessary, so please only discuss each application during its designated time.
Thank you, Chair Kim. Thank you, panelists. Appreciate the time and energy you put in earlier and looking forward to our whole group share out. You can see from the slide that we are going to start with our Group A reporter for 2 minutes, then move to our Group B reporter for 2 minutes. And then based on how much agreement we're hearing, Vic and I will set either 6 or 10 minutes on the timer in order to keep us on track, with 1 minute for closing for us to confirm and make sure we've captured what you all said accurately. If there are no questions, we'll go ahead and move. All right, let's go ahead and get started. So for Application 14, could the Group A reporter please share out?
Yeah, that's me. Our panelists, there were 4 panelists who participated, and all 4 members of the subgroup did not feel that application number 14 met the bare minimum. In 2D2 classification accuracy, we marked it minimal because they compared to another screener rather than to a full battery. So the sensitivity and specificity were not necessarily accurate, and they did not respond specific to the dyslexic tool. And in 2D3, there was no student group data reported whatsoever. So our team did not feel that it met the bare minimum.
Thank you. And Chair Kim?
All right, so for application 14, 5 panelists participated in the discussion. Regarding the bare minimum requirements, 3 members of our subgroup believe this application does not meet expectations, and 1 member believes that it meets the bare minimum expectation, and 1 member abstained. The reasons for those who argued it does not meet bare minimum expectations was the reliability section for overall sample was low, especially for Spanish tasks. And then also to the validity section 2.D.2, the classification accuracy, so sensitivity was low.
Thank you. So because there was a good amount of agreement across the groups, we're going to put a little bit less time on the timer for this one for discussion. And as a reminder, this one is moving forward to December. It is the new one to ensure that all panelists have the equal amount of time to review it. So we'll put 4 minutes on the clock for any concerns that folks want to discuss. So we'll go ahead and open the floor if there are particular questions or concerns, things that anyone wants to mention related to building on the reporters. Seeing none, I'm going to go ahead and move us forward to the next application unless someone has a comment. Okay, thank you. I appreciate the ability to make up time anywhere we can because we are running a little bit behind. So next we're going to move to application 2. This was the application for which one of the groups last time, one of the subgroups last time identified it as not meeting bare minimum requirements, and the second subgroup was reviewing to confirm, so that we can follow our process here. If Group A would like to report out on their take on this application, assuming it has not changed.
After our re-review, we continue to believe it does not meet bare minimum requirements, 4 out of 4 of us.
Thank you. And for Group B?
Yeah, we agreed and confirmed, all 5 of us, that it does not meet the bare minimum requirements.
Thank you. Okay, because it does not meet across the panel, we are not moving forward with advanced requirement review. Our next application is going to be application 4. So Group A, reporter.
Okay. So we reviewed application 4. 4 of our members in our subgroup believe this application does not meet the bare minimum requirements. And we had reviewed this application before, and we still are in agreement of not meeting the bare minimum requirement. The areas of concern was in the area of reliability. During the time tests that are described in the application, an appropriate test of reliability was not used, therefore not giving more accurate data of the information that was shared. In terms of criterion validity in the area of 2D2, when it came to comparing its instruments, it compared it to another tool used by the same vendor, making it somewhat impartial, and it doesn't validate the instrument used because it's using another instrument from its own company. In the area of 2D3, there wasn't any, in criterion validity, no subgroup was, subgroup data was provided. So that's the reasonings, the concerns which led us to bring it to does not meet bare minimum requirements.
Thank you. Group A reporter? Oh, Group B, I'm sorry.
So our group agreed for application 4, 5 members. There were 5 of us who discussed and also believed it does not meet the bare minimum requirements for many of the same issues that Vice Chair Guerrero mentioned.
Any further comments from anyone across the panel before we move to the next application? Okay, we won't put time on the clock then. All right. For application 12, if we could have the reporter for Group A, please.
For application number 12, holistically, 4 members of our subgroup believe this application meets the expectations we've discussed as a panel, and 0 members believe it does not meet these expectations.
Thank you. Are there any concerns that you wanted to note, or are you?
None worth noting.
Thank you. Group B, reporter?
Yes. For application 12, holistically, 5 members of our subgroup believe that it meets the expectations, and 0 members believe it does not meet the expectations. There's a couple of small concerns. Across the psychometrics section, it was raised that under construct validity, the divergent validity was reported only for grade 5. And across the communication and resources section, there was limited resources for families noted.
Thank you. So we'll go ahead and put some time on the timer. If there's any folks across the panel who would like to discuss or respond to Group B's concerns. Okay, seeing none, we will go ahead and move to the next application, which is application 11. If the reporter for application 11 could offer their 2 minutes. I believe that's Panelist Wilson.
Yes, 4 out of 4 of our team all felt that it scored in the moderate and strong range for all categories. We thought it was had a strong rationale in the description of battery, and particularly around their rationale for appropriate language of instruction. We thought the fact that they acknowledge inherent limitations of CAT, computer adaptive testing, was important. They really had a criterion for disengagement and unreliable scores, so we thought that was strong. We were moderate across the board in the psychometrics section and moderate and strong in all communications and resources.
Thank you. And our reporter for application 11 from Group B, Panelist Neeson.
Yes. 2 members believed that it would work well for first grade and up for English only. 3 of our group does not believe that it meets the bare minimum requirements holistically out of 5. Some of the concerns include the validity, the variability in subgroup reporting, in that for certain tasks there were different subgroups than for other tasks, and in certain areas of reliability and validity, the subgroup reporting was very inconsistent. Additionally, there were some concerns with the rapid visual processing assessments and its psychometrics.
Thank you. We're going to put a bit more time on the clock for that one because it sounds like there were some differences across the group and want to give you an opportunity to talk through them. So I'll open the floor to see if there are any panelists who want to share concerns or ask questions.
I would like to ask a clarifying question, panelist Nissen. You said 3 out of 5 agreed that it did not meet?
Holistically.
Okay.
We had some conversation that it would be appropriate for first grade and up only because there was no reporting for kindergarten. It was grades 6 and up, 6 to 16, I believe, or 6 to 17, in terms of the reporting under validity and reliability. And also we felt that there was missing information and did not meet the bare minimums for the Spanish versions of the assessments.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying. Thank you.
Any other clarifying questions or comments that folks want to add?
I have another question to anybody in the group. So would this be an instrument that, it sounds like a lot of the information is regarding some of it, the Spanish, the language. Would this be an assessment that would be okay for just English-only speakers? Or would it be an assessment that wouldn't be used with any students in California?
Is there anyone from Group B who'd like to respond? Yes, Member Martinez?
I think what we're doing is just giving this overview and just highlighting too what were some areas of concern that even those maybe that have concerns will go back in and look at those, and then hopefully those then that didn't have concerns will go back in and also look at those. So this wasn't a yay or nay. It was more like these were areas where we saw things differently. And so there's a desire then to go back and look at these areas that were highlighted as concerns to see if there's some agreement around those concerns, or likewise if there's now less concern about those areas. So
I see panelist Odegaard and then panelist Wilson.
Yeah, I wanted to clarify. So from your group, what were the Spanish language concerns specifically? And from a language expert, why would there be dialectical differences that might motivate why we should, as another group, think or weight these in particular?
Does anyone from the panel want to respond, from Group B want to respond to that before we move to the next question?
I don't think we had big concerns about that so much. It was more than a lack of data on some of the psychometrics across the tasks. But there was a clarification that we came to where there was a realization that there were some California students included in the Spanish sample. It wasn't just Colombian students.
So I would like to add to that. So reliability information, for example, was from both Colombian sample and California sample. However, if you look at the classification accuracy data, that one, they noted explicitly that data from California students are being collected this current year. So that's one piece regarding Spanish version. The piece about reliability, can I comment on that as well? So I think because we were being grade specific, it was because for the rapid visual processing, there's no reliability information for kindergartners, and for grades, so ages 6 to 7, if you infer from the figure, it's about 23 to 24 students. So then you have to think about, is that enough to give sufficient information about reliability of this rapid visual processing piece?
Anything else on that thread before we move back to panelist Wilson's question? Okay, panelist Wilson.
Yeah, our team did remember that this was one that there were some concerns around the Spanish speaking version of the test, but my question was around what I heard you say around the kinder And was it the reliability around the smaller sample size in the visual processing? Okay. There were in no other areas that of concern in kinder?
For the REN, regardless of the grade levels, there's no test-retest reliability from the same task. Additional piece that was not, I don't know, it was described, I was like making notes, so I couldn't quite hear. There was also concern on the content validity section as well. Very little information about each specific task and how items were developed, and etc.
Any further comments or questions on this one? Or anything from Group B who we haven't heard from that want to add to the discussion? Okay. Oh, yeah.
I have a question. Can we raise a concern if the recommendation is to use English and not the Spanish? Or is that something for the next meeting?
I'm not sure if I'm following the question. So right now we're talking specifically about anything that falls under the advanced requirements or the holistic review. So if holistically there's something that you want to bring forward, then that would be fine to do, but it's specific to understanding whether this the screener meets the panel's expectations that you've discussed so far.
Okay, let me see if I can make myself clear. So in the event that the English test is approved and not the Spanish, then when do we address that in terms of some of the concerns?
So yes, that's a part of the conversation now. So if I'm understanding you correctly, if the subgroup, which I believe they did, so panelist Neeson, I'll have you read back the numbers just so we are clear on it, but some of them holistically agreed that it was acceptable, and then they had some limitations. So if there are limitations on language or on grade level, now is an appropriate time to share those. So panelist Neeson, could you repeat, please?
Yeah, so according to my notes, I had that 2 members believed it met holistically for first grade and up for English only, and that 3 members believed it did not meet holistically at all. But maybe I miscounted in our group.
Okay, thank you. And okay, so we need to pause. And before we move to number 8, we're not going to move there yet. I realized we haven't been confirming back to you what we're hearing. So apologies for that. We do want to take an opportunity to double check our tallying. And so, Vic, and again, these are, I want to just clarify, these are not votes. It's important for the public to understand that as well. What we are looking for is where are we hearing agreement, because staff will need to put together a proposed list for you all to discuss in December, right? And that list is going to be very nuanced across, is it approved at what grade levels? Is it approved overall? Is it something you all want to have more discussion on? So we're not looking for purely an approve, not approve. That vote happens in December. This is not a vote. So I just want to be clear that this is guiding staff on how to get the best draft list to you all.
Thanks, Jen. So for application 11, we're hearing that 4 panelists believe it meets expectations, 3 panelists believe it does not meet expectations, 2 panelists believe it partially meets for first grade and up and for English only.
And would you go back and just do the prior ones too?
Sure. For application 2, we heard that no panelists believe it meets, 9 believe it does not meet. For application 11, we heard that 4 panelists believe that, oh, we just did 11, my apologies. For application 12, 9 believe it meets, none believe that it does not meet. And then for application 14, 1 believes that it meets, 7 believe it does not meet, and there was 1 abstention.
That's combined across the groups. Did you have a question, panelist Grablin?
Just a clarifying question for application number 14. For process, because there was one panelist who believes it meets requirements, we're going to continue to look at it further and discuss in December?
Correct. So we'll review it for advanced requirements in December.
Okay, and sorry if I didn't kind of speak up quickly enough the first time we addressed it. Are we having a further discussion about why we feel it did not meet bare minimum requirements for the benefit of the one panel member, or was that covered in the subgroups? And
so that would have been in the follow-up conversation. So we can make time for it now if.
I'm sorry, I just wasn't quick enough to the gun there.
Just to be clear for everyone, I want to make sure everyone is on the same page. We're going to hop back to application 14. And subgroup A is going to offer their comments in terms of why it did not meet what their concerns are, so that the folks who are still considering will have an opportunity to hear that. So I'd suggest if Group B's reporter wants to also prepare any feedback, you're welcome to also, if you so choose. So, panelist Grablin.
I'll jump in that from our subgroups discussion, our kind of strongest point of contention with the bare minimum requirements for this application was under 2D2 for the criterion validity, and more specifically for the classification accuracy. In terms of how this screener chose to measure their classification accuracy, instead of measuring their performance against a full-scale diagnostic battery, they chose another screener. And so we didn't feel like that was an accurate representation of how well this screener in question would do against actually identifying struggling readers. It just kind of compared itself, frankly, again, to another screener rather than a full diagnostic measure. And in addition to that, they did not report on classification accuracy with that sensitivity and specificity for the dyslexia portion of their screener at all. So just wanted to make sure that the other subgroup noted this.
I'll just add one more thing. We're a reading risk panel. And if you use a similar K measure when you're not developmentally expecting reading, how are you actually demonstrating you measure risk if you're actually taking two logical steps that we're going to validate based on this other screener, which we guess, they didn't tell us, is able to predict future risk. So at bare minimum, they didn't give us any evidence that they can predict risk of reading failure in any of their K measures.
Thank you. Group B reporter, is there anything that you wanted to, well timed as well. Group B, is there anything that you wanted to add to what Group A has offered? Okay.
Beyond what we noted in my reporting.
Okay. Thank you. Panelist Martinez.
Yeah, I guess I'm confused. I thought we unanimously agreed it didn't meet.
No, actually.
Oh.
Say 3 members believe that this does not meet the application minimum expectation. 1 abstained and 1 does said it does meet minimum requirements.
Okay. So, thank you, everyone. We are going to move on to application number 8. If there's anyone who needs to recuse themselves, now would be a good time to do so. Okay, we will go ahead and start with 2 minutes for the Group A reporter to report out.
For for application number 8, holistically, 4 out of 4 of our members believe that it meets the bare minimum expectations. Kind of more thoroughly, we rated this measure as moderate to strong across the board. We felt it had strengths in terms of discussing cultural and linguistic language variations. We do acknowledge that some of their sample sizes for the psychometric demographics were a bit small, but just kind of more broadly felt that they were at least moderate.
Thank you. And for Group B?
For Group B, for application 8, 3 members of our subgroup believed the application met the expectations holistically, and 1 member believed it did not meet the expectations. And there were some concerns around the reliability section, the alternate forms, the way in which alternate forms was addressed, and then in criterion validity, especially at kindergarten, and looking at concurrent and predictive validity, that some of the estimates were low for kinder.
Thank you. So I know that there were some questions in Group B, and if there's information that folks in Group A want to share during our open conversation, I think that would be helpful in terms of hearing how you all reached your thoughts. So if there's anything further you'd want to expand on, it would be helpful.
I have a clarifying question. You said 3 thought it met, and then you had 1 that did not, but there's 5. Isn't there 5 of you? Oh, recused, that's right. Sorry, my math is wrong. Okay, thanks.
Good looking out. Appreciate it. So any other details that folks want to add or questions of clarification that folks want to ask?
I want to ask to put a clarification about the person who did not agree. Was it a little bit more information about what they saw in the kindergarten area that made them not maybe agree wholeheartedly?
It was related to concurrent validity, particularly at the kindergarten level. There was a 0.53 estimate for the overall / composite score. The concurrent validity estimates get stronger as the grades progress, but in kinder, it appeared to be weak. And predictive validity estimates results were similar.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? So to summarize, for application 8, we have 7 who believe it meets, 1 does not believe it meets, and we do have 1 recusal on this. Okay. Take a breath. That brings us to the end of our whole group share out. So we have caught up time pretty effectively. Thank you all. So that gives us an opportunity to take a break. Chair Kim, I would recommend that we come back right at 11:30, if that's okay with you. So it makes it an 8-ish minute break if you're using that clock.
The time that I have is 11:19. We'll take a break and return at 11:30. Thank you.
Are we on? Okay.
Okay.
So welcome back from break, everyone. We are going to be heading into study session number 2 to look at the remaining 5 applications. And so you can see the application numbers and the reporters up on the screen. You'll note we did make a slight switch during the break because we had an issue accidentally assigning a recusal. So we did make a little switch in subgroup A, but everything else should look the same. So if you are ready, Chair Kim, I would invite the panel down to the study sessions. All right, come on down. And for application number 3, if there are any panelists who need to recuse themselves, now would be the time to do so. In the little side room, right?
But the predicted and the predicted was not assessed.
Because it wasn't in the application. It was actually.
Which we don't know, but I think they were pretty upfront saying they're running these tests now. So I guess that was one of my questions. They say in their application they're running these tests. Do they like they have submitted the results of which would that be like how does that right. How do
Recency of data, the representation of the student, maybe that's why we had the disagreement on silence, because I thought it was strong because they had, they were looking at early literacy indicators. They had good, general outcome measurements and formative assessment. But we can agree to disagree on that part and still say it doesn't holistically meet. So you felt it was lacking in the theoretical framework and tasks. Any concerns with area 3? So was a lack of subgroup important? Got it. It's okay, we're at advanced, so it's okay if it doesn't meet. What's that? That's good. Okay. We can move on. I just want to let you know. Number 7. Number 7. You did another because I'm next. Yes, we did. Yeah. See. Yes, we are. Yes. Okay. Not all of them. Not all of them. Many of them. Okay, let's do our 2-minute check-in for recovery notice. For application 7. And Preston, do you want to get us started?
Yeah.
Just a minute. Yeah, that's high level.
Minimum in section 1, as well as 3 as far as the psychometric level, moderate. That's it.
Melissa Bryan?
Okay, we have a.
I'm sorry, it should be a little more obvious. I gave the description of battery. That was our concern.
Where the 183, where it I don't think they said that all of their
So I'm going to enforce the 30-second rule. I'm going to enforce the 30 seconds. So the first with holistic people.
I had that it was trans-adaptive. But that's my concern.
So in the 30-second share, where are you at? From there, then I'll be able to see.
I did have trans-adaptive.
Discuss the
But I also had concerns in 1 and 2 because it talked about this particular screening tool and using it in the assessment, but it's not included in the battery. Right? right? So there's a dyslexia screener that's attached that you need, but it's not included in the battery, and it was not included in the rest of it. Because they kept talking about this dyslexia screener that was not.
I'll put 4 minutes then to make sure we know what the concerns are, making sure it will still move into consideration. So let's focus on I would say focus on the psychometrics as functioning.
Under content validity, I have it, they describe how they do it, but don't mention it, skills, mode, or appropriateness by construct.
Reliability, they have screenshots, race,
So holistically,
really about
do we,
but not about reliability.
do we agree?
There were screenshots that showed
Is that also for the numbers
about questions. At least
and it's due to the concerns around, your tablets, the dyslexia screener that's not included, the mode of administration provides those guidance for scoring, the qualifications administrator.
I had
Scoring concern, the scoring regularity. I wrote character there. And then I also have concerns around subgroup, only demographic skills, it's not first. And then we have concerns around constructive content.
breaking information down into subgroups. I was confused by the criteria validity in terms of the book study context. They're only using that word. At all, I have the same concern about the integrator, the liability as well. There's just a lot of ones that I have talking about just the lettering knowledge of your entire class.
So we will move to the next one. So, panelists for our reporter, it's application number 6. Did you move all of your notes then too? I'm back. Oh, that was easy. I know. Imagine that. We noticed, Jeff said that it was last week, that's not a
Although, I had to take a picture, something on the it's like, oh, I know it.
Okay, does everyone have their applications? Application 6, and we'll do our quick check.
Well, it says
non-sample sizes are quite small, when student counts were less than 30, the reliability was stable and suppressed.
So in description of battery, there was assessed, not clear about homological illness. You said it. So I had added an extra 2 minutes on. So you just tell me if you want to move it to something else.
I would say that I'm still holistically on board because I feel those 2 subgroups that are so small in just the 1 grade level are not enough to make it completely out. That's right. And I mean, but that's the one. Like, I still have them at the moderate because when I look at the rubric score, so for me, I'm still holistically at the house.
So when we're saying TBI content really doesn't speak to, it's about a screener or a diagnostic screener or both. Because it does spend a lot of time.
It's only
What about your communications resources?
He's just recapping to make sure you captured everything.
They fill the volume. I didn't want to fib and say chaos. Exactly. All right, so 13. We want to start on this. Overall, but you didn't think about your minimum.
Yeah, I like that. Those are students might not.
Sorry. 13 seconds.
Districted in private demographics.
We good?
Okay. So our goals are to we're on application 13.
I have one, but it's 2 minutes ago.
Okay, so this one, I have 4 items.
Yeah, because they're talking about traffic, like traffic. They're talking about how great the weather is when you're about to go on vacation.
Yeah, I'm struggling with this one. I have 2, 3, I have 3 categories where I put
So we'll be
quick update. I want to do a conversation about it, and those areas are content validity, and we're starting on page 53 of the application. That's in terms of the bare minimum requirements, that's one side.
did have two as rigid reading. It is not offered in Spanish. Because for them they had communication, but they just didn't offer the accessibility or consultation. and I had moderate error because we just didn't really have a whole lot of different subgroups, but it talks about partial, at least partial evidence and reasonably well described, which I felt it met that close. But I was looking at this part where it says, the oral reading of concern for pupils when pupils interference with students' native language. And for this reason, they include scoring rules, instructing teachers to forgive errors. So to me, that was like adding on to the supports, like you might for another assessment that could be administered for all students, where you don't necessarily need that minimum language proficiency because it's going to forgive the errors if that in case isn't there. The articulation, yeah. Because they were talking about phonemic variations.
I want to invite all the panelists back to the dais.
All right, welcome back from the small group meeting, and it's now 12:43 p.m. We'll take a break for lunch and return at 1:45 p.m. Thank you so much. Good afternoon. Seeing that all panel members are now present, I'll call the meeting back to order at 1:53 p.m. Should I?
Good afternoon, everyone. Jennifer Soffel with WestEd. We are ready to transition to the whole group share out from our second session of reviews. So let me move forward to that slide. What's, yeah, I think you have it. Yes.
So I would like to invite any panel members needing to recuse themselves from discussion of application number 3 to do so now by leaving the room. I'll be turning over the gavel to Vice Chair Guerrero for this application. Okay. I'm sorry.
Are you all able to see the slide projected? I know we don't quite have it yet, but you do see it. Okay. So similar to the format we used before, we will have 2 minutes for each reporter to share out. We started last time with Group A, so this time we'll start with Group B. And then after we hear how much agreement there is, we'll determine how much time is needed to add to the clock. And then we will stop at the end for Vic and me to confirm if we heard the overall responses correctly. I think we're ready now. Bought enough time there. So for application number 3, let's start with subgroup reporter B, Martinez.
Okay, so for application 3, there were 3 members of our subgroup who believed the application meets the expectations holistically, and 1 member believes it does not meet the expectations. Across the description of battery section, there were really no concerns. We felt that that section in general was pretty strong. Across the psychometrics section, we had some concerns about the subgroup analyses, and in fact, will want to know when the subgroup analyses of classification accuracy are done before we would feel comfortable moving it forward, period. And then 1 member also had some concerns about the lack of predictive validity of tasks, that there was not that information provided. And we did not have any concerns about the communication and resources section. That was moderate to strong, too.
Thank you. And subgroup A, panelist Gravlin, 2 minutes.
We had very similar results for this application. 3 out of 4 members of our subgroup believe that it met bare minimum requirements, and 1 out of, I did that math wrong. 2 out of 3 believed it met bare minimum requirements, and 1 out of 3 believed that it did not. We agreed that the description of battery was strong, and note that they had a particular strength in terms of defining the minimum language proficiency needed to take this screening measure. Our concerns were more in the psychometrics. So we noted that second grade, the psychometric properties for second grade was stronger than first grade, and first grade was stronger than kindergarten. So got kind of progressively weaker in those lower grades, especially in terms of the validity. Noting that in the reliability sections, there were no subgroups reported. And also in terms of reliability, particularly for the measures that require that one-to-one or assessor administering the test, there weren't tests of reliability such as test retest or inter-rater reliability, when some of those measures could be left to subjectivity, in particular the oral language tests in terms of how that administrator was scoring those tasks. However, it is noted that those constructs were not actually feeding into the kind of identification and the cut scores. So in terms of overall kind of identifying students at risk, it didn't necessarily apply there, and agree no concerns in the section 3.
Thank you. So we're going to put 6 minutes on the clock to open it up and discuss it. Sounds like there's a couple things to discuss with this one. So if there are folks who want to voice concerns or ask clarifying questions, now would be a good time to do so. Any additional comments that folks want to add to the reporters' comments, feel free to do that as well. Okay, Seeing none, I would just like to reconfirm the tally. Would you please reread yours, panelists? Gravelin?
We had one recusal, so 3 remaining participants in our subgroup. 2 believed that it met the bare minimum requirements out of these 3, and 1 did not.
Thank you. And panelist Martinez?
Ours were 3. There were 4 total members and 1 recusal. And 3 of the 4 believed it met the, holistically, so not just the bare minimum, but holistically. And 1 member believed it did not meet it holistically.
And Member Gravelin, did your group have a response at the holistic level at this stage?
My understanding was that it was the same. The holdups in the holistic overlapped with the bare minimum.
Okay, thank you.
That makes sense.
Okay, so just to report back what we have for this one.
Yep, it sounds like we have 5 panelists who believe it meets expectations and 2 who believe it does not meet expectations.
Okay, thank you. So I believe we're ready to move on to application number 10. Vice Chair Guerrero, I don't know if you need to formally say anything about 10, but if anyone needs to recuse, now would be the time to do so.
Supposed to say something about you guys not being here. So can I have, and anybody needs to recuse, this would be the perfect time to do so. Gravelin. Okay.
No, they are also. Thank you for checking. So we are going to move to application number 10, starting with subgroup B reporter, panelist Neeson, if you could share your 2-minute report out.
Yes, so for application number 10, holistically 0 members of our subgroup believe that this application meets the expectations we've discussed as a panel, and 4 members believe it does not meet expectation. And our concerns are around a lack of guidelines, appropriateness for English learners, representation of California students, and lacking certain theoretical frameworks around specific tasks. We also have some concerns around the recency of data and lack of subgroup reporting, because they only report for English learners and students with disabilities. There's no subgroup reporting on gender or other demographics. And it only shows composite scores, and there's no factor analysis data.
Thank you. And for subgroup A, Vice Chair Guerrero?
For subgroup A, there was 1 member because there was 3 recusals in this group. And the 1 member believed that it did meet the basic requirements holistically, with exceptions. In the area of description of battery, the member recognizes that there was not enough empirical evidence for each of the measures or / construct. Because it's me. So I was looking for more elaboration instead of, it didn't have the detail I was looking for. It over-relied on technical links for answers. And it also, in the areas of communication, one of the concerns was that it kind of, there's an expectation that because a lot of it is paper pencil, that teachers would need to print out their own materials. And I can just see that being an expectation that LEAs might have. And also in this one, the scoring system that they use is also so going back to, I guess, assessment is very complicated. And one of the things I didn't like about it is that it does compare itself to another instrument. And bless you, but it didn't really differentiate how it was different or maybe better than the other instrument it was comparing itself to. And so that's some of the exceptions of this particular application.
Thank you. So it sounds like we might need a little bit of time for conversation, but not a ton. So we'll put 6 minutes on the clock. Is there anything further that folks would like to clarify or additional comments anyone wants to make? Yes, panelist Neeson.
This one is can be a little challenging when reviewing, just given that thinking through the actual constructs and the tasks that are there, there's developmental appropriateness, but when we look at the reliability and the validity of the actual assessment itself, I just felt there wasn't enough strength there. And more importantly, the data that they cite is well beyond the scope. Like, it's more than 10 years old, and even more in some cases it goes back to like being, the data can be anywhere between 10 to 20 years old in their application that they were citing. So to me, it seems like a recency of research and data is really important. And so that's kind of why I felt it didn't meet overall holistically, although it could appear in some respects to be a very strong contender in terms of the assessment itself. That gives me pause in that it hasn't been, and especially given that we had such a loss of learning and lack of foundational skills for students due to the pandemic, I feel like having more recent data is a really important thing to consider.
Thank you. Panelist Martinez, did I see your hand?
Yes, I would just say that I think there is also some pretty considerable concerns around the representativeness of this sample. And
you could speak a little closer to your mic.
Around the representativeness of the sample. So they don't have anything direct, but they refer to the NCS data around the samples. At least in one of these cases, it's predominantly a white student body, 94%, and then 4% Hispanic. And I was like, this is not at all representative of California's population. So I do encourage you to review the samples in their studies.
Thank you. Panelist O'Brien.
Yes, another concern was the fact that they stated that the assessment was appropriate for any student, regardless of proficiency level, and they did not provide any kind of sufficient evidence for it to be convincing that this is the case. So when it comes to 1C1.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no further comments, we're ready to move to our next application, which means we need to get our colleagues back in the room.
Summarize that one.
Oh, we need to summarize. Sorry about that. 1 second.
Yep, just to summarize that one. I'm a little, I want to make sure I get this right, that 1 panelists believe it meets expectations, but 4 believe it does not meet expectations. Okay, great, thank you.
So we will hold for our colleagues to return, and then we'll be on application number 7. Welcome back. So for application number 7, starting with subgroup B, reporter, panelist Neeson, if you could share for us your 2 minutes.
For application number 7, 4 members believe it does not meet expectation, and our concerns are in the areas of 1A3, the authentic task. It seemed that it was missing some authentic task creation. The dyslexia screener was not included within the battery. So throughout the assessment, it talks about a dyslexia screener. However, that dyslexia screener is not included with the assessment package. It talks about there are concerns around the mode of administration in that there is no guidance for scoring. There's no guidance for the administrator qualifications or what to do for scoring irregularities. We had some concerns around psychometrics as well, in that there was no subgroup data. It was not diverse. We all felt it was very minimal in terms of construct validity. And then in the content validity, it describes how they assess the students, but there's no mention of the skill or mode or other items of that nature. We did not have concerns in communication and resources.
Thank you. And for subgroup B, panelist Odegaard.
For application number 7, holistically 0 members of our subgroup believe this application meets the expectations we've discussed as a panel, and 5 members believe it does not meet the expectations. In fact, 5 of 5 felt it did not meet bare minimum since we had not had a chance to review those yet as a team.
Thank you. Are there any specific details or concerns that you want to voice for your group?
For all the concerns that were raised there, I'll say thumbs up.
+1, +4. Okay. Anything, so we're going to put another 2 minutes on the clock in case there's any clarifying questions that folks have or any additional comments. Okay.
Okay, so for that one, we have 0 panelists believing it meets expectations. Excuse me, we have 0 panelists sitting it meets expectations, and we have 9 saying it does not meet expectations.
Okay. We will now move on to application number 6. We are going to start with subgroup B reporter panelist Grasso.
Okay, for application number 6, holistically, we had 3 members of our subgroup believe this application meets the expectations, and 1 member believe it does not meet the expectations. A few things we had on note was that, number 1, it's only offered in English. There was limited guidance for the assessor credentials, but we also noted that it's fully automated, so there isn't too much to guide, I guess. We thought that the language proficiency standard of the LPAC and WIDA level 3 might exclude a lot of students, especially in kindergarten and first grade. And we also thought for the reliability estimates that some of the subgroups were kind of small in sample size, specifically for kindergarten students with disabilities and English learners, but we also discussed that at beginning of kindergarten, those students might not be identified within those subgroups, so that may lead to the small sample size.
Thank you. And for subgroup A, panelist Wilson.
Yeah, our subgroup, 5 of 5 did not think it met expectations, and in fact, 5 of 5 did not think it met the bare minimum requirements. In the description of battery, it was not super clear about what was being assessed. There was a lot of descriptions about the fluency items, but not about the entire battery. And in 2D1 content validity, it didn't really speak to the prompt specifically to around the diagnostic and dyslexia tools. And then in the communication of resources, there was a concern that it referenced that it could be done at home, which was a bit of a question in terms of reliability of the data. There may be someone from my group that wants to chime in a little more on the 2D1 content validity piece.
And we're going to put 8 minutes on the clock to have conversation because it seems like we do have a mixed response to this one. So I want to go ahead and open it up in case there are folks who have questions for clarity or want to add to anything they've heard so far. Chair Kim.
So I guess I want to clarify that the battery could be only in one language, right? That itself, it does not disqualify, right? So as long as if it is offered in English, as long as it has solid, psychometrics and all other aspects, right? Then it should be it should be considered. And just I want to make sure that's clarified for the public and ourselves too.
Panelist Neeson.
So I'd like to speak to the concern about the assessment being done at home. I think that that was just sort of a descriptor about the fact that it's a completely automated assessment and that anyone could administer it regardless of qualification. So I don't think that they actually intend for it to be administered by parents. It's just stating that it's so easy, anyone can do it, kind of. It was my interpretation of that.
Well, I just want to speak to that because when I was reading the material, I get your point. But it also just made it, so yeah, it is very easy. It's all computer automated, but it also makes a reference to, it should be given by educators, but parents can also give it. And I just realized that, if a parent has access to it, it's really easy to get very different information because a parent can sit with a child and help them take the assessment. So yeah, you can give it at home, but then that data isn't really valid. And so then you probably would have to retest with a student. And it's just an observation that I brought up because it's just something that kind of bothered me about it. And it was like the only one that did that. It doesn't mean that that's why, it didn't meet the requirements, but it's just a point that was brought up. It was mentioned like 3 times throughout the whole application, which I just thought it was interesting because it's the first time I've seen that.
Other questions for clarification or further information to add? Panelist Martinez?
I didn't think it met the qualifications, but I guess I'd like to hear from the other group because I was at the lone one out, and I thought it was more on the psychometrics too, and we didn't go into a lot of detail in that section, but it was my understanding, based on previous conversations, that it wasn't just the sorry, I'm not talking this. It wasn't just the sample size of the subgroups that were the issue, but the lack of appropriate reliability measures that were used, and so I think that's more of the issue than the smaller subgroups. So I do want to hear, I guess, from the other group about, because I heard you say you unanimously thought it didn't meet the bare minimum. What were the concerns that were raised on that section?
Panelist Gravlin?
I'll say 2 of our bare minimum concerns were, one, in terms of their content validity, that we really didn't think that their response to 2DI content validity responded to the prompt in terms of their content development. And to your point about reliability, agree that, sorry, let me go back to that section. In terms of the reliability tests that they performed, here we are. They did not do a test retest nor an alternate forms reliability test that I thought would have been appropriate.
Thank you. Chair Kim?
I will add to the reliability aspect. So there are 3 sub-batteries raised here, and they did not really have adequate reliability information for 2 of the batteries. So that's one of the important aspects of the reliability.
Thank you. Panelist Odegaard.
I'll just add for the content validity that being responsive to the prompt and the criteria would have been to language variations. And just being sensitive to cultural background doesn't really address the language component that was really the heart of the spirit. So this respondent really focused on more cultural sensitivity, where we were really focusing, yes, that's important as a bare minimum, but we also want you to acknowledge the variations in language and language use and making sure that you're not penalizing based off of variations in language. So it wasn't responsive to the spirit of the question and the discussions that have been had in the development of the rubric, which are available to the public.
Thank you. Chair Kim.
I'll also add, now I'm moving on to the classification accuracy validity. They also did not report classification accuracy validity evidence for the 2 self-tests. So there were, again, out of 3, They did not report classification accuracy information for 2 of the subtasks.
Okay, seeing no further questions or comments, we'll double check the tally.
Yes, on the tally for application 6, I have that 3 panelists believe it meets expectations, 6 believe it does not meet expectations.
Okay, we're going to move on to application 13 and subgroup B, Reporter O'Brien.
So for application 13, holistically, 0 members of our subgroup believe the application meets the expectations, and 4 members believe it does not meet the expectation. There were concerns about that there was no guidance for minimum proficiency for English learners, and also in 1B1, the appropriateness of the use of the task for different populations lack evidence. There was also a lack of accommodations guidance, and lastly, in the psychometric section, there was concern about the small sample size for ELs and Black students, and there was we felt that there was a need for a predictive validity study concerning their rationale for their cut scores.
Thank you. We'll move to subgroup A, Reporter Panelist Odegaard.
Application number 13, holistically 0 members of our subgroup believe this application meets meets expectations that we've discussed as a panel, and 5 members believe it does not meet the expectations. We will second all the concerns that were raised there. I'll just point out there's a logical inconsistency to say that anybody with any language proficiencies can use your English language screener, and then to provide not the evidence needed when we asked for it as a panel in our rubric to document to us in your validity and reliability estimates. So we thought that you had the chance to demonstrate to us empirically that it would have been effective by subgrouping out by English language learners and then showing us the proficiency levels, which you did not do.
Thank you. So there was a lot of agreement across the panel on that one, so we'll only put 2 minutes on the clock in case there's any further clarification or comments that folks would like to make. Seeing none, we'll go ahead and offer the tally.
For application 13, 0 panelists believe that it meets expectations, while 9 believe it does not meet expectations.
Okay. That takes us through all of our applications. Congratulations, it was a heavy lift. I want to remind everyone that this is where we're at this stage, right? That we've identified thoughts about meeting or not meeting expectations, and that this is not a part of a vote, right? The panelists will have opportunity to consider information that was shared at today's meeting before sharing their final decision when the panel votes in December. So certainly encourage folks to consider thinking about these conversations and looking at their materials. Any comments or questions?
I have a clarifying question. So the ones that got 0 votes on not meeting the expectations, or on meeting the expectations, 0 votes on meeting the expectations, would we then, those would be removed from our list, right? And we wouldn't discuss these in December?
So, yeah, let me offer a little bit of clarity. This might be helpful. So staff has been listening, right, and taking notes in terms of where we hear you all landing. And we will bring a list that ends up being posted publicly, like all of our materials are, before the meetings. And it will identify what we think we heard in terms of where you see holistic approval, where you maybe need to have some more conversation, where there might be some nuance around language or grade level, and where there are ones that you do not believe meet. So it will be a pretty detailed list, and it will have some type of a breakdown that allows you in December to look across all 14 of the applications and make a decision based on how they're presented in that list. There may be things you want to move or adjust because we're going to do our best to summarize what we've heard, but it'll just be the starting point for the actual review and vote in December. Jess, is there anything that you would add to that? Any other questions about that process for folks? Okay. So with that, I believe we're ready to move to public comment.
Sounds great. Members of the public wishing to provide comment on this item may do so by calling the telephone number and using access code provided on the slide that's shown now. Are there any speakers signed up to provide public comment in person?
There are none.
Is there anyone waiting to provide public comment on the phone line?
There are none.
Thank you. Any panel members to further discussion, comments? All right. Thank you. This concludes item number 3. So for item number 4, we'll be discussing the drafts of the screener information overview templates. As a reminder, this is an information-only item, and we will not be taking any votes on these documents this month.
Chair Kim, someone did call in for public comment for item 3. I think we need to wait a little bit longer when we're doing public comment to make sure folks have time to call in. So I'm going to turn things over to the public, to the staff controlling public comment.
Sounds good. Thanks.
Caller with phone number ending in 0493, you may begin.
Madam Chairperson Kim and panel members Shelley Spiegel-Coleman from Californians Together, we continue to urge the panel to include sufficient English language proficiency in the bare minimum criteria. Upon review of the screener overviews, 6 out of the 13 do not address this issue. 4 provide minimal guidance on administration protocols. A screener that does not present data on administration to English learners by proficiency levels prevents our youngest English learners the ability to show what they know and they can do. This issue affects the validity of several of the elements being screened, such as rapid automatized naming, language, and reading comprehension. The majority of English learners will be screened only in English, and without evidence that the screener is valid and reliable by English proficiency levels, this could lead to misidentification. We request that you add sufficient English language proficiency when you're considering the bare minimum criteria. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the comment. Do we have any more?
Yes, we do.
Thank you.
Caller with phone number ending in 8318, you may begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Wendy Maestas Padilla, and I am here with Californians Together to express concern about the use of rapid picture naming tests in 11 of the screeners to assess students, especially English learners, who may struggle with vocabulary recall under pressure. From my 24 years of teaching experience, I have found that naming pictures in English can be a uniquely difficult task that doesn't necessarily reflect a student's overall language skills or academic potential. This type of rapid recall test places unnecessary pressure on students and prioritizes speed over meaningful comprehension. For English learners in particular, it risks labeling them incorrectly due to factors like vocabulary gaps or anxiety, rather than accurately measuring their abilities. I encourage the board to consider assessments that account for students' diverse learning styles and provide a fuller picture of their progress, rather than perhaps risking the over-identification of students with reading difficulties. Our goal should be to empower students, not to discourage them with narrow, high-pressure tests. Thank you for your time and for prioritizing thoughtful solutions for all students.
Thank you. Caller with the phone number ending in 6462, you may begin.
Hello, my name is Anna Hubert, and I've been an educator in California for over 30 years. I'm here today representing Californians Together to advocate for screeners in languages other than English. English learners with Spanish as their home language should be given the opportunity to have screeners administered in both Spanish and English. By combining the results of both, educators can accurately identify the strengths that English learners bring to the language process. This acknowledges that bilingualism is an asset and not a deficit. We also need to be mindful of our diverse student population, which includes speakers of many other languages, and screeners should aim to be inclusive of all students. Had there been a system when I entered school which screened both my languages, my journey in education would have begun more positively. A dual language approach can ensure that students are recognized for what they know rather than penalized for not mastering English. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I hope we can move toward a more equitable and inclusive approach.
Thank you. Public comment is done.
All right. Are there any more public comments on the phone? Waiting on the phone line? Nope. All right. Thank you. Now we'll move on to item number 4. We'll be discussing the drafts of the screener information overview templates. Again, this is an information-only item, and we will not be taking any votes on these documents this month. It's important to note that as we begin this item, these templates were filled in by the panel staff, and these versions do not represent feedback from the panel. Panel members may request edits to these documents, and members of the public may provide public comment on these documents for the panel to consider. We anticipate seeing a final version for consideration by the panel in December. Now, Jennifer Zappel and Matt Brunetti from West Ed will be again presenting and facilitating this item. Mr. Brunetti, whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Good afternoon, everybody. Matt Brunetti from West Ed. So just a reminder of the purpose of the screener overview documents was to fulfill the requirement in California Code 53008, which reads, the panel of experts shall also identify information about the appropriate administration of each screening instrument, including the appropriate grade or grades for administration of each screening instrument. So as Chair Kim mentioned in her introduction to the item, the staff used the panel-approved template. You approved this template at the August meeting to compile and complete these draft, and I want to stress that, draft screener overviews for all of the applications that were submitted. Because the staff filled those out, we would like the panel to review these today and suggest any feedback and or edits. All the data and information, including in these screener overview documents that you'll review in a little bit, are pulled from the applicant's cover sheets and, when needed, the actual main application itself. While doing this, staff attempted to ensure consistency across all of the screener overviews in terms of the depth and the breadth of the information provided. So, as you know, you read through all those applications. There's a lot of information there. So we tried to distill them to the best of our abilities and to make sure that we were consistent across applicant screener overviews as well in terms of the depth and the breadth of the information provided. We also attempted to provide sufficient detail for end users, which we anticipate to be LEA leaders and educators, to better understand the essential information about each screener. Just a few reminders around this. So this is mostly for you, the panel, but also for the public, that preparation of these draft screener overviews does not indicate your approval of the actual screeners themselves, right? This is a separate activity from that. And this was because the timeline for voting to approve the screeners at the December meeting and the requirement of the panel to provide information about each screener before the end of December made it necessary to do some of this work ahead of time. And so that you can review this now and that you will be ready to, in conjunction with approving the actual list of the screeners, you'd also approve these screener overviews at next month's meeting. And we again anticipate that LEAs will utilize these screener information overview documents as a starting point to better understand the approved screeners and to explore what might best fit their needs. Some more reminders. Once finalized by the panels, the staff anticipate that these screener overviews for the approved screeners will be accessible on CDE's literacy section of their website. And when we're about to break into study sessions, and then as you discuss these, you should focus on the content of the screener, not necessarily the approval. That's what you were doing in item 3. Missing a comma in that first group, but we're going to split into 3 groups, groups A, B, and C. Group A will be panelists Gravlin, O'Brien, and Martinez, and you'll look at addendums A, I, K, N, and L. Group B will be panelists Grasso, Guerrero, and Kim, and you will look at addenda B, C, H, and J. Group C would be panelists Neeson, Odegaard, and Wilson, and you will look at addenda D, E, F, G, and M. And just a note, because in the previous item we were referring to application numbers, when these were posted, they got posted alphabetically by, we didn't want to confuse the numbers. They're different numbering systems. So that's why there are letters for these addenda to not be confused with the numbers of the applications that you were talking about in item 3. So just to be clear about that. The discussion questions that we'd like for the panelists to consider in the study sessions are the following. Is the information in each screener overview accurate and clearly described based on the information provided in the application? If not, what specific changes are needed to the information provided? Is the depth and breadth of the information in each screener overview appropriate for its intended use? And that for its intended use is the appropriate intended use of the screener overview information document, not the intended use of the screener itself. And again, if not, what specific changes are needed? And then in order to just help us, as we've done in the past, to capture your feedback, if you can make feedback as specific as possible and state the page and the section for each edit, that will help us when you're reporting out to make sure that we make those changes for you prior to next month's meeting. As always in these study sessions, we want to maximize transparency for the public, so all conversations are open to the public. The meeting room will be continued to be live streamed. Each group will choose a reporter who will be responsible for sharing aloud the whole group, and I guess maybe you can rotate that one since you're doing several applications if your subgroup so chooses. Any written notes are for your use only, and staff will not collect these notes, and all feedback related to the agenda item and responses to discussion questions must be shared via oral report. Let me stop there and check if there, yep, yep, sir.
Just to add before we go to questions, so Matt and I will be floating around to help with process throughout this. So if you need a cheat sheet to convert between letters and numbers, we can help with that. We'll just come around to each group. So go ahead and just find your table mates and we'll come around to you. And I also wanted to mention, excuse me, that recusals do still count. We still need to be mindful of that. So when we preset the groups, we did our very best to keep folks who are recusing not having to deal with not having to deal with that in the subgroup. There is one person for whom that's an issue, and so we will let you know in the subgroup when you divide out to help you with that.
Did she answer your questions? Are there some more?
I'm sorry. I do have a little. So the letters correspond to the previous numbers. These hard copies you gave us don't have numbers on them.
Yes, that's what.
Or letters.
The letters, yeah, that's what Jen was trying to just describe. We'll come around and make sure you know which.
I just want to make sure we're talking about the right ones.
The letters were posted on the public posting, and so that's where we're being.
Okay, thank you.
So for the public, if they were looking at it on the website, they would see numbers, but when they they would see letters. But when you download the file name has numbers. You all have hard printed copies, so that's where the difference is. So we'll come around and help. We ready to move to separate?
Okay. Does this help, Ken? Hi, panelists. Sorry, I forgot to tell you your time frame. We're gonna attempt to complete them all by 3:20. That. Yeah.
But just for clarity, we are working through all of these, even the ones that did not meet. And, oh, we're all just note taking, or is there an assigned reporter for each? It's not assigned, but we'll just. But we're not using one for each screener. Because, yeah. Okay, well, I'll say just from a general one perspective, I find the chart on page 1 difficult to read at a glance, especially for the ones that have like the yes optional, yes requested. You can't just kind of glance and see, you know, because the not indicated is about as long as the yes optional. And I'd rather it's not yes, dash or something. This is a little bit backwards now. But otherwise, shall we start with? digital and paper-based? Is it either one, but it's optional, or is it some subtests are digital, some subtests are paper? And because those vary by the screening measure, and it's not necessarily clear in these kind of the modes. And some of this is more, well, some of that doesn't apply to this one in particular.
If the students are below a certain, what would you do?
It's not clear. Is it an optional, right? Optional of digital or paper-based, or is it both? There's a digital component and part of this is paper-based, and you need both. Kind of, conjunction. Is it one? Is it not? Yeah, optional. Yeah. It's kind of say clarity of what's required versus, yeah, available options. And really, I'll put that in the general because it really applies across the board. So I'm going to put that in my general comments actually, and kind of similarly for one of my general comments, I'm going to say, it's clear on here that it's 20 to 40 minutes and it's one-on-one, but in some of the other ones it just says in terms of time it says an hour, and it's not clear. Is that an hour per student or an hour per class sort of thing? But I'm just going to add that to the general. Right, right, yeah, so it's not clear, is that a choice, or is it, there's part paper and part digital?
They're going to fix that. Don't worry. I think we're back. That's my understanding.
Okay, last for,
I know it's wrong.
for the table, for this form 2, it's not indicating the constructs that are assessed for the Spanish version. This really only talks about the English version, and the Spanish one isn't indicated at all. And then it's also unclear just from kind of the constructs and how they're written in this table that, you know, vocabulary is really measured in a different way for kindergarten and first grade than it is for second grade in screen I. And then, you know, oral language that's just so broad that, you know, I guess they're using this kind of language comprehension that the screener has and calling it oral language, even though, I mean, when I hear oral language, I think expressive language, even not necessarily, you know, the modality of oral versus written. And so I think that that can be misleading, that we're talking about, you know, receptive, you know, point, yeah. Right, yes. Here's what we're calling it. It's under the constructs. Right. Right, to be able to look, but yeah, some sort of parenthetical note of how are we getting at oral language? We're getting at it by listening comprehension. How are we getting at this vocabulary? For 2 grades, it's receptive. For 1 grade, it's expressive. Well, so the construct is here, but in terms of how they're aligning to that, yeah. I do think we should need to move on.
So how to make it? So needs to be.
I did too.
Sure. All right, so go on to K.
Excuse me for one moment. Pardon the interruption. I want to give an update to time. It seems like the groups would appreciate a bit more time, so we're going to stay in subgroups until 3:35. Extends by about 15 minutes.
Yeah, should I just move that to my notes across all the items? Yeah, I think so. I'll move that. That's fine. Okay. Going back to this, but one quick second, did you include in your notes that it did some of them, there's a yes, and then parentheses it says optional. Yes, and parentheses it says recommended, and so it's taking up about that same level of text. And so it's just a bunch of text there, and it's not easy to see the glance. No, I was a no could be a dash. You know what I mean? I think that's how they're using not indicated. It's not there. I mean, yeah, the not indicated is no. Yeah. Right, just it's not there. Yes. I'll add that to my general. Well, that's because I don't think the screeners pulled out and said this would be appropriate for. I think it's a product of the lack of specificity of the Solutions Act in that regard. So it's not a meaningful thing. Right.
Maybe several lines. Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Wasted space if they're all saying. I wonder if it would be. Right. Well, there's one difference, for example, this one, I don't have the letter, that says bilingual and it calls out English and French. Bilingual. So there are some minute differences like that. But I don't know. Right, they're just saying that in terms of the language proficiency. that 13 minutes for every single student? Or am I gonna 13 minutes and my entire class is done? Where it's like, you know, if I sat here and parsed through all of this information, okay, wait, it's digital, but yeah, it's still not necessarily clear because some of them are digital, but it's still one-on-one, and you're just collecting it digitally. So yeah, I just. Well, I have that on my general notes. Yeah, I have it. Yeah, I have that one too. You know, and, okay, so kind of just back to something specific to Pursuant, right? I mean, I just found this screen extremely difficult to understand, so, I think it's not surprising that it's hard to come across in terms of this overview. But, you know, for time required for screener administrating training, if applicable, what does that mean if applicable? Do I have to do this training? Do I not? About 45 minutes per topic. But what are the topics? How many topics? Or what is the topic? You know, I'm just thinking from, I wouldn't be able to, as an administrator, just pick this up and glance at it and have a real idea of if this is something. Do you want to like bold it? Is that what you're saying? No, I think that's what they're saying. Yeah, the next line. So yeah, that's what the next line is, but you're saying if that were just kind of formatted differently, so it's easy. Yeah, you know, like here you have accommodation. So maybe like other cases. Yes. Or guidance. Because that's what the rule says. but that's a.
That's what it's also, so then, like, if you go back, like on this training.
Yeah, so it's just, it's hard to really pull out kind of the specifics of the information because we're talking about one measure over and over again, this, speaking and reading. But
I'm not sure what training
that was only one of
2 hours.
5 or 6 that were in there.
So
And again,
my question is,
I also kind of feel like it's been a real
is that 2 hours? Is that 2 hours with
but
or is that where it's $4.99?
yeah.
Yeah. Professional development training hours.
Overall, we have
That
yeah.
2 hour asynchronous. I feel like that's just a little unclear what you're buying or what you're purchasing. Yeah. So
How much time are we expecting
like,
from any individual? Yeah.
what do you actually need?
Right. This is going to take you 40 minutes for the entire class, or this is going to take you 25 minutes with administration plus scoring for every single student.
So if you could at $4.99, my big question is, where is this 2 hour requirement? Is that part of this $4.99 package? Just if you go down to training, it's a 2 hour asynchronous required.
This is our 5-minute warning. We have 5 more minutes going by my watch, not the clock on the wall. 5 more minutes. You can just leave it here if you want it. Okay, the time is now 3:35, and we need to invite the panelists to come back to the dais for our whole group report out.
Okay. All right, so here's the plan of attack for reviewing these. We're going to go one subgroup at a time and then one screener overview at a time. And we're going to ask you to share out and where possible be as specific as possible, like page and section numbers or page number and section. We're going to attempt to do 2 minutes per overview. And then we also want to acknowledge that there's time in December to continue this discussion across panel members for these screener overviews. Just a note that if members of the public have recommended changes, we encourage them to offer to do so using the public comment process. Okay, so I'm going to start with Group A and letter A, screener overview letter A, which is Acadians.
So if there's anyone who needs to recuse.
Oh, sorry. And then sorry, any members needing to recuse, now's the time to. Sorry.
Can I offer a suggestion for how we might move through our group that was going to be slightly different? Because member Gravelin took a lot of the notes that were across most of the screeners that were common. And then we have some specific ones about.
Okay, yeah, so let me go, that sounds like a good idea. Let's go group by group about first feedback across that apply regardless of the screener. That sounds good, and then we'll go in detail. Thank you, panelist Martinez, for the. So, do you want our job next? I'm kidding. Sorry, it's late in the day. We have to smile, right? Yeah. All right. So let's then start with Group A, and then broad changes across the overview, regardless of instrument.
All right. For the table on the first page, a couple of notes there, just in terms of formatting. One note that we had is, especially for the tables that didn't just have yes responses, but the yes optional, yes recommended, kind of the parenthetical notes after yes, it became unclear when these skills were not part of the measure, because just the length of characters for not indicated was about the same length of characters for a yes, and then the parenthetical note. So just for ease of just kind of being able to tell at a glance which skills are in the measure or not, just a suggestion that maybe instead of the not indicated, there were just, a line, some dashes, and then it's just really clear whether or not those skills are there. Overall, there was also just kind of, I think it would be easier to have some consistency in terms of those parenthetical notes, because I saw yes optional, yes recommended, yes as part of additional measures. And so I think just kind of some consistency there. We also would have appreciated just some, especially for some skills in particular, maybe if it were an additional comment or some sort of place to note how some of these skills were measured. Just because something like oral language can be measured in so many different ways. Or when you say oral language, Is that listening comprehension? Is there any, expressive language that's expected? So maybe just some clarity there, as well as in the vocabulary in particular. Is that receptive, expressive, or both? We also noted in terms of that table that it's not pulled out when, if and when those skills are also measured in the Spanish version, if applicable, because the skills that are in multiple languages were not always consistent with the English versions. Am I done, or can I talk a little bit longer? I just have a couple more things. Those were most of it. Also really fast, just in terms of formatting, pulling out and making it more clear where that language proficiency guidance, just a suggestion to have that maybe kind of highlighted and bolded as a separate section, so it's easier to find at a glance. And then in terms of both time and mode, just some kind of clarity to be able to tell exactly how what those are indicating at a glance. For mode, for some measures, there was a digital component and a paper-based component, for example, and you needed to have both of those, whereas other screening tools, it was optional. You had the option of digital or paper-based, and without that kind of conjunction of the and or any sort of denotation of whether it's an optional choice or required, it's unclear. And for some of the modalities for time, again, it's not always clear when it says, 20 minutes. Is that 20 minutes per student? Is that 20 minutes per class? So just kind of some clarity with the time expectations.
Okay. One thing that I didn't mention that I'll try to quickly mention also, you probably, well, maybe you didn't notice depending on if you were assigned that letter or not, but trying to tell you which letter it is. The application letter D, which is the Curriculum Associates one, has slightly different formatting. And that's the type of formatting we're hoping with those bold subheaders. Just FYI. The rest of them did not have that. But I think that to address your thing about formatting to stand for that section to stand out. So just make the panelists aware of that. Okay, thank you, panelist Garland. Let's see. Group B. Oh, Group B is, I don't know what Group you are either. No. Panelists Grasso, Guerrero, and Kim. Yeah.
Okay, so I'll report those that apply to all the applications. The first one is we suggested the subtitle accommodations be crossed out. And then under that section, there are two subparagraphs. One is for those with disabilities. The other one is those who are learning English. So for the first part, we suggested keeping the word accommodations instead of supports or accommodations. Just keep the accommodations. For the second one, for English learners, that would be just keep the word supports, not accommodations. The second one that would apply to all the others would be when there's a description about the training, in terms of the cost, say there's a certain amount and identifying the unit, say $1,000 per what? As a site, what if it is a site, what does site mean? Right, so does that mean teacher, LEA, that clarification? In addition, when it comes to training, is it required or optional? What's required? What's optional? One more piece that applies to all the applications is when it lists the mode, computer, tablet, we suggest including computer or tablet, unless it's very specific. We also have some specific pieces to recommend, and for that we will go, I think you can go ahead with this one.
Per each one? Is that what you're...
I'm sorry?
Are you now referring to each specific application?
Yes.
Yes, but we still need the other
Go
group.
to the other group, and then we'll come back to the... Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay, so the Group C... Panelists Neeson, Odegaard, and Wilson, your general, if you have any, general across them.
Yeah, we had a few. We started out by digging into the table, and it seemed there was some challenge with determining if language comprehension or reading comprehension was tested. And so we had some vendors that were kind of trying to shoehorn reading comprehension into language comprehension or vice versa. So one of our things that we thought might make it cleaner is to just add reading comprehension as another line to the table, even though we originally didn't, as a group, didn't think that, but we wanted to offer it back up because we think it kind of muddied the waters in terms of making this table really usable. Another conversation that we had, and we just don't know, but we want to offer it up to the group, but that is that some of these tools, there are actually 3 tools or 2 tools or whatever. And we almost wondered if a table for each tool would be helpful because it isn't clear what has to be given to each student and what doesn't have to be, what is like, do this, then do this. So that was something we wanted to offer as something to think about, is that would it be clearer if there was a table for, if a vendor did 2 tools, there was 2 tables, or if a vendor did 3 tools, there was 3 tables. And what led us to that conversation is actually the mode section, because one of them, the tools that we were looking at, the mode said digital, but actually it was digital for one of the tools, but one-on-one teacher recording for another one of the tools. And so it's messy is, I guess, how I would call it. And I think those are we have specifics for different ones, but I think those are our general comments.
And just to clarify, because you can imagine someone using the word tool for the whole battery or the whole assessment itself. So when you're talking about instruments that had multiple components, maybe, or sections, that's what you mean by multiple tools.
Yeah, that is it, yes. And we were trying to figure out what you would call those, because some of them had like 3 parts, and all 3 had to be given, but one was digital and one was teacher given and one was, and sometimes they were not even all required. So it was, and we had a few of those. So we were trying to figure out how it would lay out and be clear to a LEA that was looking at this.
Hello, Neeson.
Just to clarify, I think a little bit further on what Tammy was saying, we don't mean that we want a table for each separate component that's being measured. It's more like if you have these 5 assessments that are grouped together and the vendor has said these things belong together as one tool, and then there's another portion of the assessment, like for example, maybe they call it a benchmark, maybe they call it a diagnostic, and then there's another thing that attaches to it to identify that risk for reading difficulty. Like if those are the 2 components that go together, or the 3 components, that's what we mean. We don't mean each individual assessment necessarily. Task, yes, thank you.
Okay. Let me ask, were there any suggestions made by any of the smaller groups for which someone would, it sounds like you were all in conjunction with each other, but were there any that you disagreed with that we should not, as you were listening to any of that feedback? All the suggestions sounded good across all panelists. That's what I'm getting at. Okay. All right. How are you? You're good on the notes? Okay. Oh, one more? You're going to wait? Yeah? Okay.
God, I was going to try to talk. We had one more thing that we wanted to share that was an example on ours. We had one, there was the roar, since we can actually name them in this context. We only got, we can't. Dadgum. How about we get back to generalities again? We have evidence that we didn't receive information and descriptions and psychometrics for things that you guys captured and put on those tables. So if it wasn't in the application, we were wondering if it should have actually should be up there because it wasn't actually reviewed by the panel. It was an optional thing. And that wasn't really something that we wanted to recommend as much as like we thought that we would want to bring that up, that we saw evidence that you were capturing in your construct table on the first page of one of the screeners things that weren't actually in the applications that we reviewed to say that we were going to recommend to the state. Was that clear?
But another way to say that, meaning like?
So you had a vocabulary indicated for one of the screeners, but we saw nothing about this vocabulary test in anything that we reviewed as a panel, but yet it came up on the cover sheet. And so I understand that they've got additional CBMs that might be used for survey level diagnostics and those kind of things, and those are actually described in the applications. But I think this is kind of to the point that we've been running into all day, and panelist Guerrero brought up earlier, which is there's a lot that's being put into these things, but we're really supposed to be recommending to the State Board of Education and the ELA's screeners in compliance with a statute. And so we've got a lot in these tables that aren't even part of that process. And then to an earlier point, we've got a lot of lack of specificity about how you would actually go about administering to actually do what the state's got a statute that we're supposed to be doing now. And that was challenging for your team to do, just like what you had time to do, just like it was challenging for us to do based on what the vendor shared with us. Anyway, so we didn't know what to do with that because you were capturing things that weren't actually what we read about in the applications.
I'm going to look to Jess just to, I'm going to restate what I think I'm hearing too, because I think what that's saying is the panel, come December, the panel may approve specific parts of an instrument, but not others that we included on these screener overviews. And therefore, the screener overview needs to reflect what you approved.
Correct. Or to be even more specific, what they said in the cover page was all these supplemental stuffs that they did not include in their application that we reviewed as a panel. And so when you as a team reviewed their cover page, you thought that they actually assessed stuff that we would have reviewed, but we didn't because they didn't put it in there.
Makes sense to you? Okay. I just want to make sure I'm not... so I think, yes, I think come December, we need to make sure that for every instrument that is approved, that the screener overview matches exactly what you approve. That's the fastest way, I think, to summarize that.
And I think in order for us to do that, we need you to give us guidance because we're looking at the cover sheet and not necessarily in depth at the application. So if there's something that landed on their cover sheet that wasn't well enough described in the application, we would need you to tell us that specifically. Okay. We'll go panelists.
I was just going to give you an example from a previous conversation we had earlier. For application 7, we mentioned that a dyslexia screener was included, but it was not like none of the validity or reliability was put in place for that. So I think that's kind of what we're referring to. Like they're mentioning that they have these other tools available, but they're not actually included with the screener that's being offered up in the application.
That makes sense.
That's another example. So we have the one example I highlighted, which is in the application, they didn't give us any description of a vocabulary test. They didn't describe it. They didn't give us a theoretical reason why it's actually in their screener. They didn't give any psychometrics. But on the cover page, they listed, oh, yeah, by the way, we have a vocabulary test. So you guys, not knowing what was in the application, put that in there. The example that Jess just gave was, oh, we have this, we describe it to you, but we give you no data to show it's reliable and valid.
Okay.
Sorry, panels
No, and it's super complicated. I totally get it because you also have, like, one of the applications has a diagnostic assessment, it has a progress monitoring, and then it has what combination it's recommending for the screener. And so, unless you guys are reading, it's really complicated because what they say in their cover sheets doesn't. And I've read some of the cover sheets; it doesn't match, and it's just a quick something that they did. So it's hard, but I totally get it. And that's why the whole conversation we were having was the difference between a universal screener versus just a screener and the diagnostic assessment. That was a different, but to me, and I was just talking to somebody else about this is really important because this is what the districts are going to be looking at to make it so we really need to, even though it's extra work on you guys, maybe on us too, this needs to match. So it is really important that we give our opinion, which is why we're doing this, even though we probably need to continue this in December as well, is we are the ones that have to get rid of all the extra information, because unless they've read these applications, you're not going to know it. But it is very complicated because they can have 3 instruments in one application. And so that's kind of the conversation we were having earlier.
And part of it is just the order of operations, right? We couldn't anticipate what you were going to talk about today.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Never. You can never anticipate with this group.
Yeah.
You can't.
Yeah.
And I do want to underscore what Vice Chair Guerrero said about December, right? There aren't decisions being made today. We have time in December, so I anticipate that we'll be making some live changes as we've done in the past based on the feedback that you offer before it comes before you for a vote. So just a reminder that, think about what that means in terms of where you want to put your attention between now and December. And I would also suggest that anything that you can give us that is specific now that we can get done before, this next revision before it gets posted, all the better, because we can make sure that we get it clarified before then. Gravlin? Thomas Gravlin?
Well, just in tone with this conversation, if we're getting to the nitty-gritty of what's in the screening tool versus on the cover sheet and when that aligns or doesn't with the table, if we look at N, would be another example where there are skills measured and they were described to us in this submission, but not feeding into that universal screening.
Sorry, panelist Gravlin, we can't speak about specific screeners unless we give people a chance to recuse themselves. No worries.
Chair Kim?
I really appreciate all these comments. My comment, or I guess concern, is about practicality of being able to put all these together for December vote. So for December, what we are asking is all the accuracy of each task construct, whatever they argued versus what evidence is actually there, right? And then all the really comprehensive pieces of information. And we don't meet before December, right? So I don't know whether we will be able to put all these pieces of information for us to vote for December. That's one concern. The other piece is that I hear the importance of this overview document. However, this is not the sole document that LEAs are going to look in. This is kind of the first look into what this screener is. And it's their job and responsibility to do due diligence and look into it. That's my understanding, because in this is meant to be short, again, overview document, right? We cannot go into all these kind of nuances, I guess. So ideally, we want to do it. Practically, I wonder about how much can be achieved. And if there's some ideas to achieve that ideas, suggestions will be great.
Panelist Neeson.
So as a member of an LEA that's going to be required to select one of these, I would say that, yes, it's just an overview and we do have to do our due diligence, agreed. But these have to be accurate in order for schools to make that first decision. So I think it's important to understand what constructs are being measured, what we're approving for what grade levels, and also to understand the modes of administration. A district needs to know if every student needs to have a device. They need to know if a teacher needs a device and a student needs a device. They need to know how much they need to print out and what that cost is, what the implications for cost are going to be. So I think while I understand the point of this isn't as comprehensive as maybe the application process is, we still need to make sure that we're giving them that good first look of here are the different things that this encompasses, and to make an informed decision about which ones they want to dig deeper into.
I have a question for everybody, which is, if it doesn't, we don't have time to make sure it's accurate and we feel comfortable with the table on the first page and talking about the constructs. If it's a screener and we've approved it and we say that there's a theoretical framework for why you would include the constructs, we think that you have some type of a process that we feel has psychometric reliability and validity. For the point of screening to find risk, is it critical for an ELA for the first glance to know that, or do they dig deeper in their decision-making process when they find there's X number here, here's what they're doing, here's the mode of administration that we need to know, here's the time it will take per student, is it group or small? And that because we don't have feasibly the time to get to the level of the construct, are we required for some reason to tell them specifically what constructs are even measured? Because the point isn't to have a whole bunch of constructs measured, it's actually to have a reliable estimate of a risk of reading. That's my point of question.
Panel Square?
Mine is not as in-depth or as thought-inducing as Dr. Odegaard's, but I just want to kind of piggyback on really quickly on Member Neeson's point of view is that these are important. They need to be accurate because there's a lot of LEAs out there who have no idea that this is coming down the pipes. They don't. And when they hear about it, they're going to freak and they're going to go to these little sheets, these little overviews, and they're going to start looking through these to make some decisions. And then after that, they'll springboard into more in-depth. So I know we can't save everybody's behind because everybody should know, but they don't. And so I think that these overviews are a good starting point, and from there they will go, because we're talking about LEAs that are tiny and rural to huge metropolis size like LAUSD, and then everybody's stuck in between. And so I think we need to do to the best that we can and the short amount of time. And I don't even know if the statute says anything about the overviews or not. I have to go back and check. I should have this memorized. I know it does. Okay. But it would, I would feel comfortable. I would feel uncomfortable if we didn't try to make these as accurate as we could. And I know their cover letters is not, they didn't all put in good information in their cover letters. So that's my 2 cents.
Hi, I'm Jessica Holmes from the State Board of Ed. So I thought it might be helpful for me to kind of come in and talk a little bit about what the statute says and just remind you of the steps that the panel has taken to get to this point. So Education Code Section 53008, I want to say it's subdivision C, but I'm not 100% sure. Off the top of my head. Oh, look at that, C2B, look at that. It does say that the panel must identify appropriate information about the appropriate administration of using these screening instruments, including but not limited to the grade or grades for administration. So that's really all that is said about, that's all the statute that we are using to base the creation of these documents on. If you recall, that we had several conversations over previous panel meetings where the panel made the choice to put together a template for these screener information overviews. That is what you're seeing before you, because panel members felt it was really important to have this information available. So all of that to say is you have quite a bit of ability to make changes to this document to the extent that there are sections in here that you think are, maybe not exactly what you thought they were going to be when you put the template together. Or you can keep as much as you want as well. I would also note that there are some bits of information at the top and the bottom, I believe, of the template that point out that the information that's included is information that was provided by publishers, by applicants, and not necessarily validated by anyone on the panel, and that it is LEAs have the responsibility to confirm any information that's included therein, because we understood that there was going to be a time crunch here. If I might make a suggestion as well, as you're thinking through your work timeline, because I know that today is the 18th, and in less than 30 days, you will be expected to meet again and have final answers for all of this. Please recall that you know or have a sense of where you probably are going to be voting on all of these. And so in the time that you have and remaining, it may be helpful for you to be looking and focusing on those screener information overviews that reflect where your yes votes are going to be. Because we will not be publishing screener information overviews for those applicants whose screeners are ultimately not adopted by the panel. There's one more thing I want to say just in response. Panelist Odegaard, you mentioned something about this. I want to make sure everyone's very clear. Your vote in December is not going back to the State Board of Education. So the final vote that you take in December is the vote. No one will change it. It is statutorily yours. So just want to make sure everyone's very clear on that.
I was trying to think where we need to go next.
So with that said, we are we are about at time for this section because we always want to make sure we leave room for public comment. We always have a buffer in our agenda as well, so we can probably extend this conversation another 15 to 20 minutes to try to get through the individual, the detailed specifics. But just want to give you all a sense of where we are in time.
I saw panelist Martinez had her hand up, yeah.
So is it possible, since we have the December meeting, and it will be at that time that we'll be voting on recommending, that between now and then, in part of our homework in reviewing the assessments, that all of them basically in our decision, can we also then look at these skills measured, and we document then which ones were included, and we have the evidence around, so that we could provide that to the group in December, and we can come to consensus that that is, in fact, what we approved.
Is that allowed? Is that allowed statutorily? Yes?
Yep. Yeah, we would just plan the agenda to try to give you the time to do that, I think.
So what I'm hearing is each panelist is allowed to contact staff.
Oh, that's not what I heard. Sorry.
Okay. So what you're saying is then bring that to December meeting and talk about it. So then there's a question related to definition of oral language. What do we mean by oral language is a very broad construct, right? So I think we need to talk about that, as well as text reading fluency, what that means, because their interpretation, some applications interpret text reading fluency differently than what's generally, how it's generally defined in the field.
Just a bit more context around the skills measured. So those that are listed in the table currently are verbatim from the statute. We had that conversation in August, and I think there was, as staff were working on completing it too, there was concern about consistency and not the implication that, oh, this one has 10, this one has 4, 10's better than 4, which to panelist Odegaard's point is not the interpretation I don't think we want people making. So that was a bit of the challenge as well, I think. So it's just context to think about as when you do direct how to complete that table, or when you come in December to discuss, just trying to think about how that looks across the screener overviews. But back to, I don't know, Chair Kim, did you want folks to opine on, or not necessarily opine, but to comment on oral language, and there was one other that you mentioned.
If we want to do that in December, we should discuss it now, so that when they review, they're clear.
So I think it's important to point out that if, right? So I think the question goes back to the panelists in terms of which procedure you prefer. Panelist Wilson?
Well, we somewhat had this conversation in our small group, and as Member Odegaard pointed out, that conversation to tease that out could really take a long time, and we have a lot of other work to do at the December meeting. So I guess my worry is that's a big conversation, and would we really have time to do that in December? So I'm not saying it's not important. Obviously, it's important, but I think getting the list is the first priority. So I guess I'm concerned about us really having time to do that in one final meeting left.
And I just want to make one more point to my comment, my query. If we did actually get rid of that list, it wouldn't be to hide that there's things that would be inappropriate for certain community members of California, like emergent English language speakers, for example, or learners, for example. So it would only be if we felt as a group that the rest of everything else would be compelling and useful information to make a determination about for which students under which conditions this is appropriate for. And if that list of construct is needed to do that, then I don't want to ever propose that we should get rid of it.
Panelist Martinez and then Panelist Neeson.
So I feel like what we're trying to weigh is the table, right? And the information in the table. And I would say I would not want it included if all it is a reflection of what was put on the cover sheet and it was not what we reviewed. I wouldn't want it included. If we're uncomfortable, then with us identifying and then coming back and saying, this is here and this is here, then I guess I would say let's not include the table. But I wonder what's the information we're providing to our LEAs about what it is we're approving of this entire package of tasks, measures, domains, constructs. What is it that we agreed that there was good evidence around the classification accuracy for this to serve as a universal screener?
Panelist Neeson?
I had a thought. When we first decided on this template, we hadn't actually seen the applications. We didn't really know what was going to be coming our way. And so we were kind of flying blind a little bit. And I almost feel like I agree with Panelist Martinez. However, I feel like we're saying that this is information other than the recommended grade levels, right? And what's required by the statute. We're saying that everything in here is provided by the publisher, correct? So perhaps we could consider listing out in the table formats that they provide us what's included within there, and then putting in what we approve in terms of grade level for each construct that's within the screener. And maybe it's listing out the statute and what the statute required, and then having the table underneath of what this assessment actually includes. It's just a thought, but I know it may be too late for that, but I wanted to put it on the table.
And just one more clarification. Yes, a lot of the information was gleaned from the cover sheet. However, it's not entirely. There was some interpretation because, as you're aware, different instruments named the same thing different ways. And so some interpretation was made to fit them into what was thought to be the appropriate skills measured for you to then do what you're doing today. But so it wasn't exactly just...
I guess what I'm saying is, let's say the application says they have oral reading fluency for K1 and 2, and then they say they're calling it reading comprehension, and we only approve that portion for grade 1. So in the table, here's what they offer, here's what we approved it for, rather than saying it's there, it's not there, it's indicated, not indicated. It's just a thought, a consideration. I'm happy to let someone else take it off the table and out of the conversation.
Go ahead, Chair Kim.
So here's what I'm hearing, and also some thoughts. I don't think removing the table completely is helpful for LEAs. That's first thought. It's a quick glance at what's there, and they can go into look at the tasks. So that's one. The other piece is definitely there's some interpretation. So when in the cover sheet, when they indicated they included language comprehension, in fact, it was actually reading comprehension that was corrected. The same thing with the reading fluency, the same thing with the oral language. So there's that. And the other piece that I heard is then present what the what's claimed to be included, but then some sort of I guess a notation that indicates what we approve, right? So one way to do that perhaps is if, say, there's some the skills and domains here that are not approved, we can just indicate that we're using through whatever notation so that all the information is in a single table without having to recreate or remove anything. So that includes what they say they have, what we think is actually has validation and reliability and adequacy based on our evaluation.
Panelist Martinez?
So how do we get to that? Because
we can think of different notations. One could be bolding, those that
how do we get to that decision? How do we get to this?
That will be December meeting.
So how do we get there? Because you raised, when I proposed a similar, you said that we have to get clarity first around what's going to go into what box that we approve. So I'm now confused how we would get there.
So what I was imagining, I was actually thinking about when I raised the question about the practicality piece was the level of all the details, right? What I think might be possible in December is when we discuss in December, some applications will be approved in its entirety. Some applications we might actually approve for certain tasks for certain grade levels. If that's the case, if there's agreement and that's how we vote, then that can be noted in this table. Either still, okay?
So I think the question really is how do we make sure that we've all reviewed them deeply enough to be able to have that conversation by December, which I raised the concern about time. I think it's a great idea. I'm really actually worried about, will we really have time to do that? I do think Ms. Holmes indicated, we kind of know where things are following, so we all spend our times on the ones that look like they will be moving forward. That will help us, but it's a heavy lift before December to try to really first review anything we need to revisit based on this morning's conversations and look at the tool like that. So I think it's about time more than anything. I mean, we need to do it, but I am worried about the time.
Okay. So, but if we just listen to everybody's ideas, but if we kind of know which ones are moving forward and which is not, and we focused on that, we could at least review the applications and make sure that the information is accurate. And because if we can just say, hey, I reviewed the overviews, and it's accurate information, then that's a step forward. And also just make sure, maybe also say, well, these, for the publisher, they consider these 5 things. For example, most of them consider rapid, and non-word fluency plus something else to be their dyslexia or their reading challenge in screener. So we can say that, or this is what they consider their diagnostic assessment, or they don't, depending on what it is. But we can at least say what's here. We can say that they are included. We can rule out the optional ones or make sure they're labeled correctly. And if we maybe focus on just being accurate, then that would be a good start. But yeah, and I know it's a time, and but I don't know. It's well, I can't speak for everybody else, but for me, it is important enough that I would want it to be accurate and somehow find the time, just like I did for the applications. So.
Okay. Any other general comments on the overall structure and sections of the screener information overview?
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to move the slide to the next steps, not because we're there yet, because we're not, but I'm going to move it there so that so that we can say what we thought was what we would be doing next, and we might need to correct that based on what we've heard today. So the plan was for staff to integrate the feedback and edit the overview documents based on what we heard. We know we need to fix the formatting. And as Matt mentioned, the Curriculum Associates is in the format that we were suggesting with header and subheaders. And we heard some suggested changes about those already. But those kinds of formatting changes. And then the idea would be that you all would voice any outstanding concerns at the December meeting and vote at the December meeting. Now, that sounds a lot more straightforward than I think our path actually is. So it would be very helpful to hear from the panel if you think that you need some type of detailed study session in December to be able to voice those outstanding concerns and come up with some solutions, or if there's something, I don't think I heard a single, like a definitive solution that everyone was on board with. So just want to put it back to the panel to say, in terms of your thinking, where are we? And I see panelist Neeson.
I have a clarifying question about the process. Would we be taking a vote on the approved applications before we talk about the screening cover letter, or what are they called? The screener information overview sheets?
We're going to invite Ms. Holmes to answer that one.
So the agenda can be aligned however we want it. If the panel would like to take that vote first and then spend time working on those screener information overview sheets, that's certainly allowable.
So then in that case, might I suggest that in December, we go through our vote for approving the applications as the first part of the agenda so that we have time to do a study session and then finalize the approved overview sheets? That would be my suggestion.
So I do have a follow-up question to that, which would be that the subgroup spent time on the individualized screeners today, and we could take your feedback on that today, or you could carry that over for the detailed conversations in December based on the vote. So perhaps you want to discuss among you a bit more about whether you want to hear the detailed review today or hold off until December. Panelist Wilson?
Well, I think if we could have a reporter from each group just tell you the direct feedback, at least you could clean up the things that we were able to catch. Then it's not there again, but that's my thought. Without discussion, just kind of like read what we thought and you guys can take a look at it.
Vice Chair Guerrero?
The benefit of waiting until December is that we wouldn't have to talk about the ones that don't move, that didn't get approved. That would be the other thing. And also when I was suggesting looking at it, the other thing is we would only have to look at the ones that we were assigned to originally. So we wouldn't have to look at every single one in terms of like going and checking for accuracy. So that would only limit it to certain numbers. But But I would say in December, my opinion is in December, because then we can only focus on the ones that we approved.
And just to give a little more context, so we do have to leave time for public comment. So we would have basically 15 minutes. So it would be like 1 minute per overview and just knock them through very quickly if we did that. So it's a kind of a question to the reporters of, do you think you can do that? Yeah, we only have one recusal, and we're starting with it, so we should be good.
No, we have all.
Oh, we do have all the recusals. Okay. That's going to take a little bit longer. Yeah. So 1 minute plus the amount of time on the recusals. I think it looks like folks want to go ahead, I think. I can't tell.
Could we do all the ones with the recusals first so they can leave and then come back?
Yeah. Yep. But they still have to come and go at different times. So we're going to start with A, Acadians.
Yep.
So anyone who needs to recuse themselves. I am putting 1 minute on the clock. Jess will help bring people in and out as quickly as we can. And who's reporting for this? Great. Panelist Martinez, go ahead.
Okay, so the main feedback we had for this was there's just a lot of information about the costs, and it goes into too much detail, and there's a way to really paraphrase this so that you don't spend as much time really on that. So the suggestion was that it's instead of method 1, method 2, method 3, it's really there's year 1 using paper only, and then there's one other additional cost if you want the Acadians learning online. You would add that bullet in and have that as optional additional, right? And then there's the year 1 assess students digitally, and there's those explanations, period. And then the replacement cost, you again use the same approach so that you consolidate it, and it's just less repetitive. So that was essentially the only information for our feedback.
We're going.
The next one's going to be letter N, multitudes.
So who's reporting out for N multitudes? Okay, again, panelist Martinez, go right ahead.
Sure. So there was really only one specific to this, and it seems to just be an error. There seemed to be a copy and paste of the scoring instead of a description about how the scoring is done. So that just needs to be cleaned up for that section. I would say there's 2 other pieces that were part of our general overview that wasn't covered previously, and since I have a little bit of time, is that we were hoping that the costs across all of these in the training for additional resources, all of that could be covered in the cost section, and that you would just provide description information about administrator training and other resources and say, see cost for that. And then in the training section to change that title to administrator training so that it's clear that this is related to the administration. That's it.
Just clarify for the copy and paste error that you found what section again?
It's in the scoring. It says scores are calculated. Select all that apply. Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, I got to do the... The next one's going to be Addenda C, amplify. So anyone who may need to recuse themselves, please do so.
And who will be reporting out for amplify? Okay, Chair Kim, you may go ahead.
So some specific comments, we suggest removing what has been claimed to be done in the future. So that goes to page number 2, page 2, the last sentence of the paragraph. Amplify and the University of Universe seek to expand research, that section. And then 2 paragraphs down, if you look at the sentence, the section that says supports or accommodations for students, that section, that part, although not currently an approved accommodation, we suggest taking that out.
Just to clarify that entire sentence.
Because that's not done. They're hoping to do, so I don't think we should include that information.
Page 2, yeah.
Thank you. That should be it. Come back.
Okay. Next one, we're going to go in the alphabetical order from the addenda letter. So next one's B, Amira.
I'll speak to that one. One of the changes that we are recommending is on page 2. There's like the first full paragraph right under languages available, English and Spanish, that starts with information about establishing student language proficiency. We are recommending a revision of the following sentence that begins with yes. So this is what we would like it to read. It says, yes, Amira offers 4 ways to screen students for reading risk, period. The choice of screener depends on English language proficiency, on the English language proficiency of the student, comma, and information that is needed to support screening, comma, intervention, comma, and instruction. And the other section is on costing of information. When you look at the cost and the training sections, there's one under cost where it says option 1, where it's 0 free. That is very unclear because as you read the other options available, there's 4 options total, it is unclear as to it's not, what does that include? I don't think it's free. And if the student professional development package, which is $20 per student, does that include the necessary training? So I guess it would be to kind of verify the information and figure out what includes what, because there's under page 3, there's a section that says training, where it says time required for screener administration training is 2 hours. But when you go back to the cost, the one that pays for the 2 hours is a professional development package, but then there's also the $4.99 per kid, but that has asynchronous professional development. So would that fulfill the 2-hour training? I know it's messy, but that's why we just want to clarify that. And I think that's it specifically for this particular one.
Okay, letter D, which is Curriculum Associates iReady.
Okay, so we saw that on the table, page 1. This particular tool on page 24 of the application indicates that in kindergarten there is a listening comprehension assessment, so we thought that might go under language comprehension in the table, although it says not indicated. Under other on the table, they do have a comprehension assessment, so next to encoding, it should also say comprehension. And on grade 2, phonological awareness, it says yes in grade 2, but it's only if they don't meet the phonics cut point. So there needs to be some type of caveat on that table because it says it in their thing, but it makes it look like they all take it, and they do not, all students. And in mode of administration, some of it is digital, but some of it is paper pencil. So that is not indicated. I mean, it says also available as PDFs, but I think the oral reading fluency is paper pencil. So that we just need, and we didn't have time to dig in and make sure that's right, but we think it needs to be cleaned up in mode of administration.
Can I just add to that one real quick? So there's early literacy tasks and then the diagnostic. The diagnostic is fully digital and computer adaptive, so they need devices, but the early literacy tasks are all paper pencil where the teacher enters scoring.
Yeah, which is where we got into the conversation about should there be two tables so that it would be clearer. But however, as long as it's clear that it's two different ways of entering scores.
Panelist Wilson, the very first thing that you started off on the table, you referenced page 24, I think it was. I just want to confirm.
Page 24 of the actual application, PDF, page 41.
Next one is addendum E, exact path, admentum.
Kind of the same conversation. We got into the whole tables because there are actually three kind of batteries or groupings of tasks. And so for mode of administration, it needs to be cleaned up just so it matches because there's different modes. For example, the oral reading fluency, the teacher actually enters the scores. So it's not all digital. So we got really, it kind of goes to what Member Neeson said about, is the teacher entering the scores or is it fully digital where the student's just on a device and it's all being done automatically? It's that part in the mode is not super clear. So I think you guys could probably figure out a way to clean that up a little bit so it's clearer.
You got that. That's awesome. Okay. Addenda F, Dora. Let's go learn.
We didn't get too deep on this one because we're running out of time, but on letter sound knowledge on the table, it says not indicated, but it does have something called sound symbol recognition. If you see page 8 of their application, we think that would be a yes.
That's it for that one. Addendum G, literally.
We were still very much running out of time, but the vendor says they have language comprehension, but the table says it's not indicated. So that needs to be double checked.
Okay. Addendum H, NWA map reading fluency. No comments?
We don't have any specific comments beyond what we discussed. That applies to all applications.
Addendum I, AimsWeb, Pearson AimsWeb.
Most of the comments we have are the general ones. But basically, one that applies to this one is that the administration time reported is not quite clear. So if they could indicate exactly what's digital, what's paper-based, that would help. I want a clarification. Are all of the information overview forms will have, just like in iReady, the bolded, because that's part of what makes it so confusing.
Yep.
Thank you.
That is the intention. Okay, addendum J, Renaissance Fast Bridge.
We don't have any specifics.
Specifics, okay. Addendum K, Renaissance Star. No, no specifics, panelist O'Brien? Okay, thank you. Addendum L, Riverside Assessments Easy CBM. Was that panelist?
That was Group A, Gravelin, O'Brien, and Martinez.
We didn't have any specific.
No specifics? Okay. And then Addendum M, as in Matt, Roar.
Yeah. So that is when we're on page 9 of the actual application. They break down their tools into required. There's a column for required, a column for recommended, and a column for optional. And that is the language and comprehension suite is in the optional, but that's not part that we reviewed. So it's called out and it's included on the table, but it wasn't. There was no evidence for that part of the tool throughout the application. So that was what Member Odegaard was referencing earlier in the conversation. So that was our main, I think that was our only thing for that one.
So that covers all of them, I believe, unless there's any other comments.
Okay. We already discussed our next steps, so we will do our best there. And Chair Kim, I believe that brings us to public comment.
Sorry, I'm not clear on next steps. And so I need some clarification about, and maybe I can make a proposal because it sounded like the other groups were starting to do this, that it sounds like we're keeping the table. And it sounds like some of you started reviewing whether or not some of these skills measured are actually ones they included in the evidence. We didn't do that in our group. Can we use then this next time to review the screener information sheets that we were responsible for to make sure that the skills measured are reflected accurately here and the ones they included evidence for?
Clarify what you mean by the next time.
December. So then we would come and we'd say, basically adding on to what some of the other subgroups have said, yes, this was actually in their application, because we did not have time to do all of that.
Panelist Wilson.
I want to say we didn't do it deeply. It was like I remember it saying something about blah blah blah, and so we would look at the page number. So we did not do it deeply or thoroughly either. So I don't want you to think you can rely on those few nuggets that we randomly remembered.
I'm just trying to get what our next step is about this table, because I don't feel comfortable just having the cover sheet or your review that you did due diligence to, but I would like us to do our due diligence to say this was actually in the application and that it's a yes.
So I believe the steps that I heard was that you all wanted to adjust the agenda so that you could take the vote for first to understand which are moving forward, and then have the latter half of the agenda to dive in detail to these screener overviews for those that have been approved. So I guess the assumption in that is those which you imagine will be approved, right? I mean, we have a sense of that based on the conversations we heard today. I would always suggest over-prepare based on the sort of rules and ground rules that you all set about folks being able to bring them back, knowing we haven't voted yet, nothing has been approved yet. But I would certainly heed Ms. Holmes' comments in terms of put your time and effort towards those that you think are likely to move forward.
And then another question is, do we know the approval process? We keep saying we're going to vote to approve. What is the what is the approval? Is this unanimous vote? Is it majority rule? Is it?
We'll let Ms. Holmes briefly say it.
So the panel has bylaws, and you can find the link to those bylaws on the RDRSSP website that state that majority of those present need to be voting in favor of something in order for it to pass. So we have been studying that and figuring out exactly what that means, because we do have recusals. So we'll make sure to let you know if there's any concerns that we have around you being here or not being here. But yeah, that is the proposal. And just to make things very clear, we do anticipate posting a copy of our staff recommendations pursuant to Bagley-Keene at least 10 days prior to the meeting, so that folks will have a chance to see if we are recommending, based on the information that we've gathered over these last several meetings, to approve or not approve. And then that is the list that you will be either affirming or making changes to accordingly.
So with that, I turn it back to Chair Kim.
All right, so we'll open the phone line for public comment. Members of the public wishing to provide comment on this item may do so by calling the phone number and using the access code on the slide that's shown now. Are there any speakers signed up to provide public comment in person?
No, there aren't.
Anyone on the phone line?
Yes. Caller with the last four of your phone number, 0493, please begin.
Chairperson Kim and panel members, first up, this is Shelley Spiegel-Coleman from Californians Together. We just want to thank all of you for the intense work that you've engaged in over these months, and really the seriousness that you've brought to the issue. We really appreciate everybody who's worked on it, and the department also. In terms of the overviews, when we looked at them, what we saw in terms of language and reading comprehension, only 8 screeners. 8 screeners did not include language comprehension. 6 did not include reading comprehension, and 3 didn't include either of them. And for us, we think the other skills are equally as important, but unless we're really looking at language comprehension and reading comprehension, I'm not quite sure we can really talk about learning reading difficulties without having them be an important part of the screeners, as well as to really make sure that is the case on the overviews, that so few are really addressing those 2 measures, which we think are critical. We'd love for you to give a second look at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any more on the phone line?
We do not.
Give a few more seconds. All right, hearing none, this concludes item 4. Now I'd like to take up agenda item number 5, which is general public comment. Public comment is invited on any matter not included in the printed agenda. Members of the public wishing to provide comment on this item may do so in person or by calling the number shown on the public comment slide. Are there anyone signed up to provide public comment in person?
There is not.
Anyone on the phone line?
There is not.
Okay, we'll give a minute. All right, any comments from panelists?
Someone just logged in.
Thank you.
Public commenter with the phone number, last 4 of your phone number, 5622. You may begin.
Hi, I will make this quick, I promise. My name is Stephanie Simpson, and I'm a mom of 2 daughters with dyslexia. My older daughter, who's now in 8th grade, struggled to read and write and spell for her first 3 years in school, leaving her with emotional scars lasting to this day. Year after year, her teachers would tell us that she would eventually catch up. But finally, my husband and I decided to get her evaluated by a private neuropsychologist who diagnosed her with severe dyslexia and dysgraphia. I have been watching your meetings this year, and I am blown away with all your integrity, every single one of you in that room. Your strong ethics, diverse backgrounds, hard work, and inspiring expertise has left me with high hopes that a story like mine, affecting children like mine, become few and far between. My story is one of thousands like it in our state to this day. Thank you, panelists, State Board of Education, and West Ed staff from the bottom of my heart for doing such impactful and important work. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing your story. Are there any more on the phone line?
There are not.
All right, I don't see any hands in the public, the panelists either. All right, so I'm gonna adjourn the November 18, 2024 Reading Difficulties Risk Screener Selection Panel meeting at 4:54 p.m. Thanks, everyone. Have a wonderful Thanksgiving.